fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altereds from across the country go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Eliminations backup drill, header flame, and run what you brung drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tucson Dragway in the pits. You see the masks have gone on. Hey, there's Lyle Greenberg all the way from, he's out there in Texas now, and he's getting it going. We're about to start warm-up chaos. They're ready to go. Chris Graves is like, hold on just a little bit. So, it's that time, getting there. Great crowd already here early. Everybody wave. Wave to the camera, you're live. Good to have everyone here. Great crowd last night. We're going to have a great crowd today here at Tucson Dragway. Historic fuel-altered event. We're looking forward to eliminations today and plenty of other action as well here at Tucson Dragway. So glad that Jim Hughes is hosting us. Chris Graves yesterday already announced that we will be back next year in November. Thank you for tuning in. Hit that like button. Hit the share button wherever you're watching from. Call a drag racing buddy, because we're about to fire up.
Great thing about warm-up chaos, you're in fuel altered alley, and it's warm-up after warm-up after warm-up. It's your back to go. Switchstick sister, fuel altered. Well, guys, I'm sorry the audio is terrible. Trying to do something, why don't you just come to the racetrack and enjoy it? That's the best way to do it, to experience warm-up chaos. We'll get the technical issues figured out. Just ride along or tune in later. Most of what you're seeing is nitrous methane burners or more ethanol burners. Excuse me, trying to go the back way.
So I don't know about you, but growing up, going to the Southern Nationals, other events, I was one of those warm-up junkies. Warm up to warm up. Warm-up chaos is one of the best experiences you can have at the drag strip. Most of the cars participate. They want to participate. And down the line and up the rows, pit to pit, you get to experience warm-up after warm-up after warm-up. It really is a completely different, and I would say, of what Chris Graves has done, new experience, and it adds to the value of the ticket. Every ticket being a pit pass. All right, I believe that will do it for warm-up chaos. In a moment, we'll switch to the camera atop the tower, and it will be silent. Just got to make a transition and get some audio going from there, some other cameras set up. So hang out, relax. Hey, great time to go get a snack, brunch, lunch. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, so do you. But warm-up chaos completed. And sorry for the audio issues. I think I know what I've got to do to fix that. The way StreamYard works on a cell phone, if you're kind of getting a reverb, if you will, from the speakers of the phone and it trying to pick up at the same time. Also, loud cars. So we'll get that figured out for next time. But the best way to have the best time to enjoy warm-up chaos is just be here at the track. I know you're watching and you're at home, but make some plans next year. Come to Tucson, beautiful city, beautiful part of the country in the desert of Arizona, and enjoy in November Fuel Altered Chaos 2 next year in 2026. Thank you, folks. Later on, you'll hear from David Ratton, the voice of Chaos, and also Alan Reinhardt, who is a resident of Tucson. He's here as well. You will hear from him. So thank you for tuning in. Hit the like button, hit the share button. I'm the Monday Morning Racer, a.k.a. The Craft, enjoying this shootout with Fuel Altereds in the desert. Tucson Dragway, Fuel Altereds. There's a history right here at this facility of those two being paired together. So when there was an opportunity for something such as Fuel Altered Chaos, why did you jump on it?
Well, number one, I've watched Chris and his wife at a few different events, and I've seen their banquet they put on, and I was very impressed at how professional that they are putting everything together like they do. And it just seemed like a really good fit. I've been watching them grow their brand, and they put on amazing races. They've got fantastic cars that show up, as well as the spectator support has been unbelievable. So, and they, as they're growing their brand, we need more on the West Coast. And like you said, Tucson Dragway has always been big about the Fuel Altered Nationals, so this is our way of bringing it back to Tucson.
What do you envision? It comes around November, and people are rolling into this place along with Fuel Altereds. What do you hope to see, Mr. Hughes?
I think what we're going to see for the inaugural race, we're going to see a lot of enthusiasm. We've got already over 30 pre-entered Fuel Altered cars, which is crazy. They're coming from all over the country. And I think this is going to turn into a destination race. You can pretty much rely on what the weather's going to be like. The weather's going to be good, a little chilly at night in November, which you're going to see a lot of flames out of with the nitro cars. And I think that the vibe, what we do here is we put on a party, and usually a drag race breaks out. So I think when people show up, they're gonna be amazed at what we've done to the facility itself, and the racers will really enjoy the track and the atmosphere.
You mentioned Tucson's kind of this hidden gem in Arizona overall, and I would say you've got a hidden gem of a racing facility from what I have seen here in Tucson Dragway. So do you hope something like fuel-altered chaos will become something that can, well, elevate Tucson Dragway, put it on the map, and make it not just a place for fuel-altered racers, but all racers to experience racing right here in Tucson?
I believe we will. I believe once the fuel-altered chaos comes to town, it's really going to add, it's going to bring a lot of attention to the track, and it's going to bring a lot of racers that haven't been here before, and they're going to look at the track, like you said, as a gem itself, let alone how much there is to do in Tucson. So you bring your family, you plan your trip, and you plan it, and that's usually what makes a great event, is when mom and the kids, everybody's got something to do. But the biggest thing, when they come to the track and they're treated with respect, and they're treated the way I've always been wanted to be treated in my 48 years of racing, you know what a racer expects when they come through the gate. And we try to give them that hospitality, and we try to give them the respect, because we know they're spending a lot of money, and when they come here, we want this to feel like home to them.
Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altered from across the country. Go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Eliminations Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung. Drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there!
See you once again, friend. We'll do a couple of time trials in our different categories. We are running the Uncle Dan's Tri-5 Shootout, as you have just seen. We've got the Outlaw Gassers of Southern California and the Arizona Drag Racing Association Pro and Super Pro classes also in action today. So they'll go with a couple of time trials. First round eliminations. They do have a buyback round in the ADRA. They will combine those classes later. But getting the opportunity to win the ADRA race, the Tri-5 Shootout, or the Outlaw Gasser Showdown here at the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos, it's going to be one of those memorable experiences for quite a few racers to enjoy this event. I know the race fans are definitely enjoying it. I hope you've got yourself situated and found something cold to drink, something warm to eat, and enjoy the afternoon. Get yourself those official event shirts over at the Chaos trailer. They are taking orders for the sizes that they don't have, and the response has been tremendous. You heard the word a little bit earlier that in addition to the gray, they are taking orders for white or black T-shirts in that incredible design from the event of Fuel Altered Chaos. There are food trucks and concessions around the premise. Every ticket is a pit pass, so be sure that you get an opportunity to go to Fuel Altered Row, pick up those hero cards, take some video, take some pictures, practice on your social media, and let your friends know that the action starts. It's already started, but the first round of Fuel Altered starts at 1 o'clock, right after opening ceremonies that take place at the starting line at 12:45.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, Nitro Funny Cars, Fuel Altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world, Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuels. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Still does not look like it's 627 comes up over on the right side. These cars, this class Super Pro runs to the 8-mile stripe, maybe an 835. I tell you, that thing will go a whole lot faster than that. Just got to get straight down. Leroy Duran now on the left side, and Vito over on the right. Stripe to a 496 over there for Vito. So that's a pretty evenly matched pair down there. We'd say the best 3 out of 5 match race, or best 4 out of 5, or best 6 out of 5. No, wait, that wouldn't work. I don't know. I've never been very good with math. Ryan Lopez on the left side, Sarah Kid. Part of that Racing Kid family. Sarah, who, was it Sarah? I think it was Sarah, wasn't it Sarah? That just won the Western Conference Junior Finals in her last year. She has aged out. Already making noise in the Duke cars. I think that was Sarah. Pretty sure that was Sarah. There's a lot of kids around here. You're gonna hear that name a lot if you spend much time. 608 for Brian Lopez. 113 miles an hour, 793. 66 miles an hour up for Sarah. And we'll do door car versus dragster rolling in next. Faustino's Zaragoza in the Vega. Team Ortiz. And Scotty Hess over on the right side. His classic, big block, rear engine dragster. Looks like we had a number of new entries rolling in today. That's awesome. Appreciate everybody. Maybe couldn't sneak away from work yesterday, but coming out to take part in the first ever Fuel Altered Chaos. going to be Jeremy Jacobs on the left side. Man, that thing is slammed down, isn't it? You don't see a whole lot of Belvedere, Savoy, slammed that low. Over on the right side, the Beeve. The mean green Plymouth. Miles an hour on the left side. It's going to be 694 on the right at 98 mphs. Next up, said the professional announcer clearly, Rodney Ward and Martin Carrillo. Rodney's in the pickup. Martin is in the topless Corvette Roadster. And I'm assuming even the tenderest of tenderfoot spectators can look at those two and figure out which one's a pickup and which one's a Corvette. Close to positive. Feeling pretty good about this. Since we're doing the flashbacks to the old fuel altered nationals at the old Tucson Dragway, anybody besides me remember the Rice ornamental iron trucks? Those things would be putting up your door and window coverings on Friday and running 12s on Saturday. Down to the finish line, it's going to be a 5:37 on the right, 6:31 on the left. There's Luis Ortiz, the Venom fendered answer car. A little Fox Body Ford. I still don't have the driver information, but I saw that car today when I was wandering around the pits, looking like a lost puppy. I was watching it yesterday and it came up start line, and that's kind of a pretty cool car. And I watched it go down the racetrack and holy crap, that thing's fast. And I went and looked at it this morning. Got a big old turbo on it. That explains the fast. Neat little car. That thing would definitely surprise some people. Probably not with a parachute on the back of it, but normally when of course, if you got a parachute on the back of it, would that defeat the traffic cams? Would that take a picture of the parachute on the license plate? Just throwing it out there. 527 for the dragster, 582 for the little Mustang. Next going to be Tony Henderson. I wonder where that car came from. Okay, I don't really wonder. An old Kurt Johnson Pro Stock car. How about that? In Raider on the right side. These guys are both on Team Gearheads. I want to know who was the last one picked for the team. Like, remember, you know, when you were a kid? You get down, you get to the end and you go, okay, you know, you take Billy and... When I was a kid, I was the guy, you know, I was the guy, you know, picking the last guy. I wasn't the guy picked last. I was the guy making the pick. 5:15, 134 miles an hour. That thing's quick. 5:46, 125 for the dragster. How about the fact that the little Cavalier outran the dragster? I like it. Here goes Mike Gardner one more time. He's being worn out. The little Falcon down there. Mike Hancock in the right side. As he's rolling in, we get to play a little Dr. Seuss here with one car, two car. A red car, blue car. Rolling through our time trials. You want me to say cheese? Oh, wait a minute, that's not for the post office, is it? Did you see the deal the other day? 622, 108 miles an hour. For the blue Camaro, the little red Ford goes 695, 87 miles an hour. I'm not making this up. It was about a week ago. There was a deal in the paper about this fugitive, and they had his mugshot that they were like putting on TV and stuff and going, you know, hey, if you've seen this guy, call 88 Crime or dial 911. And the picture was so bad that the guy took a selfie and sent it to him. He said, man, I don't look like that. Use this one instead. That's a terrible picture. Terrible picture. That really happened. Christian Slade over on the right side. In the dragster. The IROC Z. Attacking the left side of the racetrack. Both drivers leaving early. Kristen leaves earlier. And then goes 502 at 136. So she got there earlier as well. 537, 130 miles an hour. Comes up to the Camaro. Just like that, Team Salazar rolling in the pickup. And the dragster on the right side, wow, that's a Ford. I didn't know there were a whole lot of Ford dragsters out here that were not driven by somebody named Hawk, and I don't believe that's part of the Hawk fleet. I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be. Oh, that's Dan Slade. Oh, of course, Team Slade. What was I thinking? 512 for Dan. 135 this week, 594 for Salazar. I'm going to bring up the road runner one more time. Towards Gilletta. And the Camaro that we yesterday determined is pumpkin spice colored. It all has to do with this time of year. How about Kurt with a perfect trip zip reaction time? First time I've seen anybody drop a bag of donuts this weekend. 584 down to the 8-mile stripe, 642. Comes up over on the right side. Guys, remember to turn the air bottle on just in time down there on the dragster. Tony Pasquare on the right. Tony has like an allergy to decals, except the most important one he can have, which is on the side of the snorkel, or the side of the cowl hood, that says Don's Hot Rod Shop. The fuel factory machine rolling up over here on the left side. Yes, Corey, the bag of donuts. Again. Finish line 5:06. Comes up on the left side. 6:11 comes up on the right side. Got a Mustang thing going on here. Hector Hernandez. Team Dream Team. That sounds like from the Department of Redundancy Department. Part of Team Southern for the Border Wars. That's one of the coolest things they do here. Mexico sends a team, and Arizona has a team, and put together little Border Wars. I want to see some fierce competition. Those guys that drive up from south of the border are serious. Serious. 640 right. Pat Marback now on the left side. Kevin Semania in the right. Man, that is a short wheelbase dragster. Looks like one of the Landshark cars, but it's got the Yancer fenders on it. I guess you can make that happen. Speedy and a little pickup over on the right side. As they are off and running, Pat turns on the red light by 3,000ths of a second, goes 505 at 136. Kevin tags the tree pretty seriously there, 006, goes 643 at 106 miles an hour. Tim O'More in the left, Paul Lord in the right. Both these guys part of Team Dialed Performance. I wonder if any of the teams have cheerleaders. Give me a W, give me an I, give me an N. Give me a low, give me an E, give me a T. Give me a bye, give me a back. Everybody's leaning on the tree, they're getting a little more serious now. Both 00 lights. Paul Lord is 00 red, 00 green for Tim, and then 502 at 137 miles an hour. 615 for Paul, and that'll bring up Randy Smith. Is this the last one? I guess it's not the last one. Because look, there's another one. I found another one. Miles an hour. We have plenty of fight. The super clean second gen Camaro on a plain white wrapper. Lenny has had this car a long time. Very long time. Swing at the tree and then 655 at 105 miles an hour. And now we go back to side by side. Joe Kidd on the right side. Blacked out Camaro over here on the left side. License plate says kicking asphalt. Well, how about concrete? See, that's what you're sitting on right now. .637, 101 miles an hour comes up for Camaro. Joe goes 680. 99.99 miles an hour. You know what? I'm giving it to him. We're going to round up, call it a hundo. Take the extra hundo. You'll be fine. It'll all work out in the end. as we change categories and bring up the Outlaw Gassers. How about Jim Bullard? 62 Chevy Coupe. I was trying to identify that thing yesterday. Now I know what it is. Got a big block. Just Carrillo over on the other side, the teal and white 56 Bel Air. That thing's got a small block and a supercharger on it. Yes, please. Let me ask you this. If I told you you could take one car home but only one, which one of those would you take? I would happily take home the one that you rejected. Very happily. Actually, maybe that'd be a bad idea. I'm not sure it would get along with my Barracuda. The 52 Chevy, the 56 Chevy. Wheels up and away. $1,320 feet later. How about 1044, 126 miles an hour for Bullard. Dennis goes 1053 at 128. Now I'll bring up the Anglia. The Bad Obsession out of Bill's Hub Service. Got a hub that needs servicing? He's your guy. Norco, California. Isn't that Cowboyville? Here's a fun little fact. .467, 138 miles an hour. In Norco, California, most of the neighborhoods don't have sidewalks. They have horse trails. Your driveway, you'll pull in off the street, and you have concrete, and you'll have about a 3-foot wide open dirt path, because that's for the horses. And Norco, California has the only Bob's Big Boy on the planet that wears a cowboy hat. At least that's what I've been told. And I've seen the one in Norco, I've never seen another one. Is that? Are we that vetted? All right, you can do a little touch-up on the racetrack. The Tri-5s are back there again. By the way, if you think those things are cool, make sure you flag down Uncle Dan and tell him thanks. Because he's the one that kind of organizes the thing and makes it work and commits everybody to being out here. Fuel altereds. I got to tell you, I don't know how long Chris has been thinking about this, or somebody had to talk him into it, but the Chaos series has become very, very popular. Starting with Funny Car Chaos and then branching out into Nitro, and now for the first time, Fuel Altered Chaos. And they picked a great place to do it, because this used to be the center of the universe for Fuel Altered years ago at the old Tucson Dragway.
Hence the decision to bring the first race here.
Was it your idea?
It was not.
Well, take credit for it. Isn't it? I won't argue with you. It was all Dave's idea.
Yeah, Mr. Graves definitely has some websites already saved for perhaps some other things.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We a few years ago, we had our exhibition race at Cordova Dragway with Funny Car Chaos the first time we went there. And that's a place that is known to have quite a few jet funny cars on the premises, actually. So we ran jet funny cars with the wheel-driven funny cars. And somebody asked about, well, how about Jet Funny Car Chaos? Well, that domain is already saved. There it is, the big boy with the cowboy hat.
Thanks, Corey. I got an idea, because I'm an idea guy. I throw ideas out. Fairmont Chaos. I mean, there's 3 of them here. There's got to be a few more somewhere.
Bound to be. I'm not sure it's enough of a brand, but I don't know.
No, the people that love Fairmonts, they love their Fairmonts. I mean, there might not be a lot of them.
I was going to say,
It's a cult. It's a cult. Jet car chaos, that would be fun. Charlie Allen actually years ago used to do, there was a 4th of July thing, I think. He did jets versus funny cars. And he'd book in, I think, 4 of each, and they do kind of a round robin thing. Great show. Just a great show. A lot of smoke, a lot of thunder, and the fans definitely had their favorites. There's no doubt about that.
oh no, they very definitely do. There's a guy that is watching the broadcast right now from Wisconsin. Call him Jet Car George. You can imagine which he prefers.
Is it snowing there?
I do not know. Perhaps he will chime in on the live stream and let us know if it's snowing in Wisconsin. I do know that it has been snowing in that part of the country at least about a week or two ago.
Well, I know it wasn't snowing in Minnesota yesterday because I chit-chatted with the owner of Brainerd International Raceway. Sent her a picture of my beautiful racetrack and said, "What are you doing?" Thinking I was going to be like kind of rubbing her nose in the fact that she said, 64, it's beautiful, and we're at the racetrack. And I thought, oh, well, good for you. I wouldn't wish the Pomona thing anyway. By the way, if anybody wants to get a hold of me, you can always send me an email. I am dragannouncer@gmail.com.
Race crew putting a little finishing touch on some track prep before we bring some more cars up to go down the racetrack. So you'll know we're going to call the A field of fuel altereds to the staging lanes at 12:20. So we're about 15 minutes out from giving them the call. They will be coming to lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 like they're going to dance. And they will definitely do the action starting at 1 o'clock with fuel altereds down the racetrack in competition in round number 1. We do have some opening ceremonies that will kick off about 12:45, but the fuel altered feature classes are going to be taking center stage at 1 o'clock.
It's Tri-5 time. Marshall Austin and Alex Austin. Both from Tucson. Both from 50. You know, call me crazy. I bet these guys have met. Wow, what do you think of the old school dish mags? You don't see a whole lot of those around anymore. I think I still have a set of those in my storeroom that came off my Roadrunner 1,006 years ago. And, whoa, really? Did the burnout and it quit? Well, that sucks. You know that Alex and Marshall were looking forward to the match race, and Marshall's car didn't quite make it to the starting line. That thing have a clutch in it? That makes it even cooler. Cars with a third pedal are cooler than cars that don't have a third pedal. Simple as that. 1460. 98 miles an hour for Alex. And for Marshall, I hope he's got somebody to help him push that thing, because you got to push one of those things all by yourself. Man, let's just put it like this: you can skip the gym next week if you have to do that. That'll bring up Jeremy Austin. Okay, quick quiz. What's the coolest thing about the 57 Chevy in left side? I know what I think it is. The trailer hitch. How many race cars do you see with a trailer hitch? John Weed over on the right side. This car's pretty sweet too, but it doesn't have a trailer hitch. Couple of small blocks getting ready to duke it out here side by side. Back when they put a whole lot of metal in cars and not quite so much plastic and aluminum, huh? 1177, 114 miles an hour comes up for John. Jeremy goes 1317 at 104. And just like that, it's going to be Adam Austin in the 57 without the trailer hitch. And the two-door wagon of James Rourke. Oh, Ringa! Is there supposed to be another gear there? There it is. I found it. 1450. 94 miles an hour for Adam after he finally located fourth gear. It was right here just a minute ago. 1692 comes up for Jim in the big old wagon. Nothing worse than when there was a gear there a minute ago and it's not there anymore. And we're going to hold up and go take a look real quick. Wait, you know, I can do a track inspection from here. That's easy. Yep, there it is. 1,287 feet in the right tire track in the left lane. Right there. That a water bottle? Come on. I know the NASCAR guys used to throw those things out the window when they needed a caution, but I've never seen anybody do that at a drag race before. Brings up Dan Owens, a.k.a. Uncle Dan. In his 56 Bel Air. Oh, we need more help down there. Dan Lamb over on the right side in his 56 210. Where are you going, Dan? Oh, he's trying to go around the water box. Okay, yeah, it's on street tires, so he didn't want to drag any water up there. That makes sense. I guess it was more than just one water bottle down there, so we'll get whatever done needs to get done. Hey, race fans, appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for deciding to spend your Saturday with us here at Tucson Dragway. You will not be sorry. If you were here yesterday, you got a little bit of a taste of why they call these events chaos. Because it was wild and it was crazy and it was fun. Fun. It's going to be more of the same today because yesterday was just qualifying. Today they're going to be racing for real, taking it a little more serious. And Chris has put together quite an operation, and I know we mentioned it earlier, but apologies for the fact that they don't have a great supply of event t-shirts down there. There was a glitch in the matrix and the entire order didn't get delivered, but they are, if you would like, an inaugural, because there's only one first. Snafu gets straightened out. They will ship it to you, no charge. And also, as Dave mentioned earlier, if you want to get a black or a white one, they can make that happen as well. Just go by and see them all or Heather. Pretty easy to tell apart. Heather's a pretty one. Mel's the other one. A couple more minutes down there on the far end of the racetrack and we'll be back to action. And we're getting closer and closer and closer to having the smell of nitro wafting over the starting line instead of just wafting out in the pits, which I can hear right now. I can hear the smell wafting.
Hey, race fans, I know that some of you have already purchased your raffle tickets for the Nitro Kevin, Nitro Cruising raffle. And to let you know whenever the winning tickets will be pulled, that will be coming up right after the first round of eliminations. It will be done down by the static display where the Mob AA Fuel Altered is. And that's where that is going to take place. So thanks to all of you who have already participated in purchasing the raffle tickets in the Nitro Kevin, Nitro Cruising raffle. And once again, the winning ticket will be pulled right after the first round of Fuel Altered eliminations. Thanks to all of you for your support. Attention in the pits, A field Fuel Altereds. CP Carrillo, A field Fuel Altereds, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. A field Fuel Altereds, first round eliminations. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 are open for you. A field Fuel Altereds to the lanes. So race fans, the run order will be A field. We'll run those 4 pair. We've got the B field coming up right after that. Those 4 pair will be followed by the Driven Racing Oils C field. And then our D field, we had announced yesterday that that would run at the end of the semifinal round, but they're going to run after the first round. So it'll be A, B, C, D, the final round of the shootout, and the D field will be run with the rest of the finals at once we get to the end of the race day. So we go, the run order is A, B, C, D, first 2 rounds, and then the finals, we flip it, we go D, C, B, A. Last pairs down the racetrack will be those A field cars, and we already know they'll be nitro cars because it's all nitro in the A field, as those nitro burning AA Fuel Altereds lived up to the hype and their reputation, and they wound up on top of the qualifying sheet. 8 big bad nitro burners in the CP Carrillo A field. So we're ready to go back to racing as our Tri-5s take the track.
So it's going to be Dan Owens and Dan Lamb. Dan, say hi to Dan. Dan, meet Dan. I think Dan knows Dan. Have you met Dan? Let me introduce you to Dan. Off and running. Obviously not highly modified cars, but really cool cars nonetheless, and it's great to have this big a group. 1435, 100 miles an hour comes up for Lamb. Owens goes 1582 at 91 miles per hour. That'll bring up Chris Rabeau. Got that gasser look, the straight axle front end, jacked up Bel Air. And over on the right side is one of our, I do believe that's a new arrival here today. As they bump their way in, it's going to be the final time trial. Next time we see these cars, they are going to be in eliminations. Chris's car just like quit when he let the clutch out. It did that earlier this morning as well. I think he's really got some kind of a bog issue. But he'll take it all the way down to the finish line at 15.32 seconds at 91 miles an hour. 16.75 comes up on the right side. Now, speaking of the gasser look, check out this one. Way up in the air. Fender well headers. Man, that is like some old school ladder bars. And an Arizona license plate that says gasser. That's James Carbajal on the left side. Bob Thurston over on the right side in his 57. Ah, fins. Back in the days when everybody needed fins. $12.50 for Bob Thurston. Well, that's pretty quick for a big old 57 Bel Air, 108 miles an hour, 1360 at 100 miles an hour. Comes up for Carbajal. And here comes the never satisfied machine of Jim Burris out of Don's Hot Rod Shop. And Weechee over on the right side. That's all I got. Weechee. That thing has a 1956 license plate on it. License number 2295. I think that's how many cars there were in Arizona in 1956. Matter of fact, Burris's plate is a classic as well. K3477. That's what a 600-inch big block will do for you. 9-93, 134 miles an hour. Jim's going to be at the scales before Weechee gets to the turnoff. 1549, 88 miles an hour. Comes up on the American Walk-In Coolers board. This is going to be the last one, Jake Burris. The Bel Air out of Leo's Auto Supply. Of course, the Burris family, part of the extended Leo's family, Don's Hot Rod Shop, and the group that have the old classic muffler man on the corner down at Glen and Stone. And you know, everybody drives by and thinks it's Paul Bunyan. It's not actually Paul Bunyan. That guy's name is Glenn Stone. No kidding. Burris goes 1026 at 131 miles an hour. Hey, you don't have to take my word for it. Go, if you watch Dave Freiberger's channel, Freiberger visited Glenn and did a little story about it one time. All right, race fans, here's where we are. We've got our fuel alternates making their way to the lanes. We're going to do a little track prep because we're going to turn up the noise, we're going to turn up the horsepower, we're going to turn up the excitement level. But it's going to be about 30 minutes before we fire the first pair. We do have a pre-race ceremony, including a Grand Marshal that we want to introduce you to, a guy that has been racing fuel altereds literally since the old Tucson Dragway, an Arizona native, and a pretty good dude. But you got a couple of minutes. This would be a great time to go grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some popcorn, some Dippin' Dots, some tacos, some old school soda, some ice cream. That might be a little early for it. Nah, it's never too early for ice cream. You can also run by see Mel Heather, pick up one of the shirts that's in stock, or order one of the inaugural event shirts if you are so inclined. But you got about 30 minutes. We will give you a heads up when it's time to come back. We'll have a brief pre-race ceremony, and then we'll get right into it. Thanks, everybody, for coming out to spend your day with us here at Tucson Dragway, an absolutely beautiful day in Southern AZ, and we're glad to have you all along for the ride.
A field fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please. A field fuel altereds looking for you in lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. A field fuel altereds. You are leading off the show for 1 o'clock start time. I need my A field fuel altereds to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, I'm looking for A field fuel altereds. Now I'm also looking for B field fuel altereds. A field and B field fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please. A field and B field. First round fuel altered chaos racers to the staging lanes, please.
I live up there? Am I live? Yes. Okay, good. I'll have a camera down for you for the start line.
Hey, listen up in the pits, racers. Attention, racers. If you need a chassis cert, Ben Wilson's going to be here about another 30 minutes. If you need a chassis cert, Ben Wilson, 30 minutes. Find him down at the tech department. Have a nice day. 30 minutes is going to be about the time we fire up that first pair of fuel altereds. Can't wait.
Okay, race fans, we are 15 minutes away from opening ceremonies. That will be taking place down at the starting line. We have called our A field and B field fuel altereds to the staging lane, so it won't be long before we call the C field to the staging lanes. We will have those A field, B field, C field, D field cars lined up and ready to go. And at 1 o'clock, right after the national anthem is sung, you're going to be in for a treat for that. And once that happens, we will be lighting up the nitro cars with the A field fuel altered. The first elimination round ever in fuel altered chaos is going to be making its way down the racetrack, and we will start what promises to be an epic day of drag racing here at Tucson Dragway once again. Attention in the pits, B field, fuel altereds, B field, fuel altereds. Bring them to the staging lanes, please. Round one, B field, fuel altereds to the staging lanes.
fuel altered. They're getting the plan together for Fuel Altered Chaos. Johnny West, this is a big one. And you also are getting the big honors, Grand Marshal.
Yeah, I don't know what that's really going to entail. I'm waiting for that tomorrow. Chris said he's just going to have to wait.
Fuel Altered Chaos, you have been campaigning a Fuel Altered for a long time. And not just campaigning the car, but campaigning for Altereds. How big is this Fuel Altered Chaos event here at Tucson?
Well,
come on down.
You know, really, I'm
in
hoping that this
Seafield,
whole
if you don't have it off the jack stands yet,
demographics
you
here
need to get that
will
done.
support it and get these people to come out just from Tucson. But we should get a lot of people coming from Phoenix too. We've had a lot of response on Facebook from the advertising of it. I think it's going to be pretty good if the people just have enough faith in coming out.
A famous Fuel Altered being the sheep herder with Kyle Huff at the wheel. Got the job done at a big one earlier this year, the March meet in 2025. Kyle, can you all book in the season with an inaugural one that is a big one here at Tucson?
Yeah, we'd love to end the year on a high note. We started the year on a kind of a low note at the March meet, hitting the wall Thursday during testing, and then we ended up winning the race. Not how we want to start the weekend this weekend. But we've struggled the last couple races, but I think we've got the car handled and got a tune-up that can handle the racetrack and can handle the cars here, and we're looking to win the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos.
Now, back in March, they're interviewing you for the win. You said if the track could hold it, there's a 340 in this hot rod. Is that possible this weekend?
Yeah, it's a little warmer than we were anticipating. So you may be looking more in the middle 350, low 360 range. There's cars on the property that could probably run a 40. It's not what we're shooting for right here. We've run 370s and high 360s before. We've got a tune-up in it that'll probably run a low 60, high 50 here on the first shot if it goes down the track.
Kyle and the sheep herder team, they intend to corral the competition at Fuel Altered Chaos.
This is the drag race you've been waiting for. Tucson Dragway presents Fuel Altered Chaos. Join us Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th for the biggest Fuel Altered show in decades. See the old school hitters like The Mob, Sheep Herder, Plan A, and Rat Poison. Take on new school warriors like Cone Hunter, Showtime, Twisted Sister, and more. Plus, see the wheel-standing gassers, the Wicked Sensation Jet Dragster, and more. They're coming from across the country to pound the ground in Tucson. Every ticket's a pit pass. Kids 12 and under get in free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more info. This is the one you just can't miss. November 14th and 15th. Be there.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while throwing horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, Nitro Funny Cars, Fuel Altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Check out Twisted Shifters for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuel. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Hey, good afternoon, race fans. Welcome to Tucson Dragway. We've got a little presentation we want to make for you before we light up these cars. And I got to tell you, what a beautiful day it is. I think the good Lord loves some fuel-altered racing because we have got a great day going on. Hey, there are days in all of our lives that we count as special. Today is one of those kind of days. As we anticipate the firing of the first pair of fuel-altereds and elimination rounds of fuel-altered chaos, we want to recognize one of the icons of the sport as the Grand Marshal of this spectacular event. Arizona native Johnny West found himself at a drag strip for the very first time at the tender age of 8. Very quickly found out that the hot car pits is exactly where his happy place was, and to this day, it remains one of his favorite places to be. His first race car was a fuel-injected altered, and Johnny continues to write history and help others write drag racing history with fuel altereds to this very day. Johnny's place as an icon in drag racing has been assured through his exploits as a car builder, as a tuner, as a parts fabricator, a driver, and as a consultant at the highest levels of our sport. In fact, he's about to drive his car in the first round of this all-nitro A field in just a few minutes. We are privileged today to honor Johnny West with this Lifetime Achievement Award at the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos event at Tucson Dragway in recognition of his incredible contributions to the sport of drag racing. Put your hands together for Johnny West.
You know, we've been doing Arizona here my whole life, and I love racing out here. I've really loved when we ran across the freeway over there for Bob Huff and to have the fuel alters. I really consider this an honor to have this race here again. What you people in the stands show me right now, that crushes me. You people you're the reason we're here. You guys deserve to be your own. Clap for yourself. This is you guys. That's why we're here.
Congratulations. We're very happy for you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our opening ceremonies will commence here in just a moment. We have got an invocation with our Racers for Christ chaplain. That will be followed by the singing of our national anthem, and that will be done by Vietnam Air Force veteran Jerry Plumley, as he will be singing our national anthem. So, Chaplain, let me turn it over to you for our invocation.
Thank you. If everybody would please rise if you feel so called, and remove your caps. Before the engines roar today, we want to pause to honor our racers, our crews, the fans, and especially the brave men and women of our military and police and fire and EMTs who protect and serve every single day. That is the ultimate calling, is to be in service of our fellow human beings. Bless this day with safety, fair competition, steady hands, and clear focus. Keep everyone safe and the racing clean. We ask all this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. If you would stay standing, and we'll turn it over for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Hey, listen up in the pits. C field, C, final call. You need to be in the lanes, and D, you need to be rolling right in behind them. So C, final call. D, come on down. Once again, D field. D, you need to go ahead and head this way. C field, if you're not in the staging lanes, you're late. The rest of them are getting loaded in and ready to go. We should be firing off right at 1 o'clock, just a couple of minutes from now. I want to welcome everybody here to Tucson Dragway. You are part of a little bit of history. Chris Graves' inaugural fuel-altered chaos started with a wild idea about, 10 years ago now? What if we just... and started with funny cars, and it branched out. The Nitro Chaos also has become a very big fan favorite. Newer fuel altered started showing up from time to time, and somebody said, what if we just did, and Southern Arizona and Tucson in particular, has always been a real hotbed for fuel altered activity, going back to anybody that's been around long enough to remember the old Tucson Dragway. One of the biggest events they had out there annually was the Fuel Altered Nationals. And I think that had to play a little bit into Chris's decision to come here. And I guarantee you, when they reached out to Jim and Chip, the guys that run this place, said, hey, this is what we want to do, they signed on. Still getting our final few into the back of the staging lanes from the C and D category, but we're going to be firing off with the fastest ones. All 8 of our A field qualifiers ran in the 3-second zone yesterday, and it was a wild one. And I saw a couple of teams that really kind of struggled to get the power down to the racetrack, and we saw a couple of teams that looked like, man, we've been doing this for the last 100 years here at Tucson. And they look very comfortable. It's going to be interesting to see who figures out the magic combination today that can make their way into the winner's circle. For you race fans, you'd be hard-pressed to find a nicer day. 78 degrees here in Tucson. Standard correction for you hardcores. 1.17, density altitude 5,259 feet. About no humidity. Water grains are 37. Track temperature 84 degrees. For those of you that are not hardcore, that is racer speak for pretty darn good conditions. Should be fast out there. Should be fun out there. And a lot of cash and a lot of prizes on the line. It's certainly going to be very competitive out there. So we should have all of our fuel alters either in the lanes or making their way this direction. Appreciate Chris bringing in his team. They've got quite a bunch put together these chaos races. And that includes the guy that travels around to all of the chaos events and calls all the action for you. You just saw him down on the starting line. He's made his way back up in the tower. As we get ready to turn loose the really fast, really loud, really wild cars, turn things back over to Dave Madden, the voice of chaos.
Hey, race fans, we're glad to have you here at Tucson Dragway for Eliminations. Round number 1 is just about to begin. We've got the cars in the staging lanes. We've got the drivers in the seats. We're calling our D field to the staging lanes, and we are just about ready to light some fires, light some tires, and rock your world on a Saturday afternoon at the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway. All right, attention in the pits. I need Sean Dale, Sheldon Lofgren, and John Brewer. John Brewer, Sheldon Lofgren, and Sean Dale. Need you in the staging lanes right now, please. Well, earlier this week, race fans, we were all looking at our weather screens and saying, oh my goodness, is it going to happen? Well, we got the change that we were hoping for, and we have got perfect weather for fuel-altered racing. We experienced a lot of great performances yesterday, a lot of excitement as well. And we're going to have a lot more of that coming your way this afternoon. So the race director is at the front of the staging lanes, going to guide these teams till it's time to light up the first pair. We will be starting the day with our CP Carrillo A field. It wound up being an all-nitro A field. as every car was under 4 seconds. And we've already seen 202 miles an hour, the top speed of the event so far, belonging to the number one qualifier, that sheep herder car. That is one of them that you will see in the first pair in action. For those experiencing the racing at the Chaos for the very first time, we ran qualifying yesterday. We put everybody into the A field and let everybody run their times. Then at the conclusion of qualifying, we take the quickest 8 and they race in the A field. That's the first pair that we're going to run, the first class that we're going to run. There are 8 cars. It makes 3 rounds of eliminations, 4 pair in the first round, and we've got 4 fields. We've got 3 8-car fields and 1 4-car field. So you're going to get a chance to see a whole lot of fuel altereds going down this racetrack. And we are starting off right now with Donnie Massey and Mike Hallstead. Want to say thanks to our live stream partners, Laris Motorsports Insurance, Enthusiast Hydrogen, Dove Fuels, CP Carrillo, Joe Thomas, and Oliver and Miller Racing for helping to bring us this live stream broadcast to Chaos Nation all around the country, all around the globe. For those of you tuning in, whether you're at your in your recliner, in your living room, or whether you're on a cruise ship, Danny Smith, we're happy to have you joining us for the racing. Mike Hallstead on the tower side of the racetrack, Riverside, California. And on the right side of the Christmas tree, that is the Showtime car from Texas, Donnie Massey. When I was coming up in the world of racing, my home track was Amarillo Dragway. They had an annual event there for a while called the Texas California Challenge. We've got a small version of that out of the starting line right now. So our California car is on the left side of the Christmas tree in the Western Differential lane. And over on the right side of the Christmas tree in the American Walk-In Coolers lane, the Texas car of Donnie Massey. 2 big-inch nitro gulping Hemi power plants to transmit the power to the rear end, and these cars will be heading down the racetrack. It's all pop all the time in the first round here of the A field. Both drivers keeping their eye on the Christmas tree, and we have 3 bulbs lit. Just about ready for some thunder. 4th bulb comes on. There we go. Well, a little pedaling out there, and Donnie Massey gave up on it. Just chose not to get on the throttle again. Goes 460. I'll get it out in a minute. Just last weekend had a tongue transplant. My body is rejecting it. 460, good for a win for Mike Hallstead. Donnie Massey with a 475, coasting across the finish line. A 105 60-foot for Mike Hallstead, a 9.3 60-foot for Donnie Massey. You could see that the Showtime car was out front. Both drivers had to do a little pedal. The California car got back on the throttle, and the Showtime was left to coast.
And just for the record, you saw the win light come on the right side. The left lane was the winner. No question the left lane was the winner. Had, for some reason, a malfunction with that win light.
right, race fans. So the quicker reaction time, the quicker elapsed time belonged to the car in the left lane. There was a button on the program of the computer that was pressed that wasn't supposed to be pressed. It judged the winner on a different factor than who crossed the finish line first. So that has been changed and rectified. The actual winner was on the tower side, the California car of Halstead, and the Showtime team does go down defeat in the first pair of the round. So we do have that fixed on the computer, and you'll now see a win light on the side that actually is the winner and the pairs going forward. All right, so a pair of Nitro cars start our day off, and we get a win for the California car. So that means that Mike Halstead will advance to take on the winner between number 1 qualifier Kyle Huff and number 5 qualifier Jimmy Kelso. That is an all Arizona matchup with Speed Sport versus Sheepherder. That's the top half of our CP Carrillo A field. CP Carrillo stepping up in a big way to bring this inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos event to you here at Tucson Dragway. Justin Arias, big-time supporter of Chaos in all its various forms. You're looking for pistons, rods, wrist pins, everything that goes on with the rotating assembly except the crankshaft. CP Carrillo, definitely the name that you want to know, and you'll want to know their number 949-567-9000. A-Field sponsor CP Carrillo. $5,000 to win in the A-Field today. We will make our way through 3 rounds of eliminations. As soon as the race director says we are good to go and the tractor goes back into its slot, we will be lighting up our next pair. Looks like it's going to be that all-Arizona matchup between Jimmy Kelso and Kyle Huff. Kelso tower side, Huff on the right side. Car on the right side of the Christmas tree, Kyle Huff, the sheepherder, came out and had put up the quickest elapsed time and the fastest speed, not once, but twice yesterday, and they qualified number 1. The Speed Sport car, Jimmy Kelso, came out with a big number, put a 394 on the board in the second, in one of the later qualification rounds yesterday, and we are fired up and ready to go. Speed Sport, tower side, sheepherder on the right. Man, when these supercharged nitro cars come to life, come through the water and strike those tires, and you begin to feel that thunder, kind of like you were feeling it as they were doing that warm-up chaos earlier in the day. You begin to understand why fuel alters have an awful lot of magic. My buddy from Plainview, Texas, Joey Myrick, came all the way to Tucson Dragway to take in fuel altered chaos. He's got an altered of his very own, and I know he's seeing good things in his future. All right, another double shot of Nitro Hemi, providing the motivation for the 5 qualifiers. The winner is going to take on Mike Halstead in the semifinal. Couple of names, if you've been around fuel altered racing for any length of time at all, short or long, these names will jump right to the front of your attention. Speed Sport down the left side to the win as the sheepherder gets out of shape, and that's going to be number 5 taking out number 1 with another 394. They qualified at 394. They ran the number. They went right down the middle of the groove and put a win light on the tower side of the racetrack in that Western Differential lane. Tough break for Kyle Huff on the right side of the racetrack as the low qualifier had to pedal the car and got over close to the wall there and had to give it up. So the win light comes on. Jimmy Kelso on the way to the semifinal with a 394 at 193.5 miles an hour, 101 to 60 foot. So the soft setup at the starting line seemed to work very well for the Speed Sport team. The 9.84 60-foot and a 3.02 to the half-track point. By that point, it was all over on the right side of the center stripe. So a tough break for the low qualifier. But it is an Arizona car versus a California car in the top half of your A field semifinal. That'll be coming up in about a couple of hours as they clear the top end of the racetrack, and the race crew makes sure there's no debris, no fluid, no runs, no drips, no errors on the right side there with the Sheepherder car got out of shape. We will have our next pair coming up. It's going to be Colorado versus New Mexico. Colin Thomas was the first guy to put his car down the racetrack in under 4 seconds as they put a 3.98 on the board in that Murph McKinney chassis wonder that you're about to see on the tower side of the racetrack. Lyle Greenberg, the cone hunter from Albuquerque, New Mexico, spent the last couple of weeks at his race shop there in Albuquerque. He's relocated to the hill country of Texas, but he was spending a couple of weeks in Albuquerque making sure that the cone hunter was ready to race, and he came out qualified number 2 with a 3.85. He, with lane choice, has selected that right side lane and puts Colin Thomas on the left side in the Western Differential lane. Fuel Altered Chaos, the first one ever, the inaugural event. There's only ever going to be one first race, and you're getting a chance to be a part of it. If some of your friends haven't quite made it to the racetrack, maybe they did not finish with softball or soccer or whatever happens to be their Saturday morning activity, have them come on out because we have got a lot of racing yet to do. 8 cars in the A field, 8 cars in the B field, 8 cars in the C field, 4 cars in the D field, plus the ADRA, the Tri-5 shootout, and the Outlaw Gasser.
Which direction do you look at? Left. That's why I don't like coming down until I know right what I'm doing.
So you see the big switcheroo going on behind the water box as the person with lane choice gets to choose the lane that they run. Greenberg had selected the right side lane, but after watching the first 2 pair go down the racetrack, decided that he was wanting to take the left lane instead of the right lane. So they swap it out over there. Twisted Sister will be on the right side of the Christmas tree in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Race fans, I know these racers enjoy putting on a great show for you, and they really appreciate the thunderous applause that you bring them. The Black Pearl. All right, we got the lane swap done, and we are good to go with the third pair of the first round. CB Carrillo bringing you the A field in Fuel Altered Chaos. This is as old school almost as you can get, this first round of the A field, as all 8 cars, supercharged nitro burners. Albuquerque, New Mexico, home for the race shop for our man, Lyle Greenberg. He's a guy that's got multiple Chaos trophies. He's a guy that's got Bakersfield trophies, that big triangle, you know, that everyone covets in the world of motorsports. Yeah, he's got one. Might have 2. Over on the right side of the center stripe, Colin and Jennifer Thomas. Best dressed backup girl competition going on today, as we are looking for a second winner in 2 days in the Best Dressed Backup Girl competition. Lyle's daughter, Rachel, dressed as the cone for the team Cone Hunter. Jennifer Thomas backs her husband up back into the right spot on the racetrack. And the crew comes in, sizes everything up. Both cars have the car in the forward gear. All right, number 2 qualifier, 385. Number 6 qualifier, 398. Big inch Hemi on the tower side. Small inch Hemi on the right side as they keep it tight. 413 cubic inches on that side. Let's see how much power they can get to the ground. Flash of hammer, and there they go. Just a little more pedaling going on. Tower Side gets the win again. The Cone Hunter 379. That's your low ET of the event so far. Cone Hunter makes a statement, fires a shot, however you want to call that. 379 low ET of the event. Lyle Greenberg rockets into the semifinal. Takes out the 425 of Colin Thomas. Colin had to do a little pedaling over there on the right side of the center stripe in that American walk-in coolers lane. And the 379 after a 950 60-foot time, the Cone Hunter was on kill. And it went right down the middle of that lane and turns on the win light. So we had several cars under 390 yesterday. We are now under 380 for the first time of the weekend. And it goes to the team out of Albuquerque, the Cone Hunter. They will advance to the semifinal. One pair left, and it's going to be Johnny West and Jim Maroney in another all-Arizona pairing. How about that, race fans? Your new low ET holder. All right, Saturday afternoon, round one racing action in the A field of our Fuel Altered Chaos inaugural event. Best dressed backup girl competition going on. We awarded $350 to the best dressed backup girl yesterday. That went to a backup girl you will see coming up here in just a little bit. We will award another $350 today for the best dressed backup girl to another one of our worthy backup girls. Fires lit. Here we go. The Plan A car. Johnny West uses that lane choice to select the tower side. Qualified with a 393. He had first thought that he would try to run the B field, but changed his mind last night. Arizona strongly represented, as you might expect, here at Tucson Dragway. Of the 38 entries, 16 came from Arizona racers. All 16 will show up in the first round of eliminations. We have got Johnny West in the Plan A. Nitro Hemi fuel altered out of Chino Valley, Arizona, recently relocating from the Phoenix area to the more cooler climbs towards Flagstaff. Jim Maroney from Mesa, Arizona, in the Phoenix area, the Blind Faith car, qualified 399. Final pair of the first round in our CP Carrillo A field. We will make our way through the A field. The is on deck. So we already know there will be 2 Arizona cars out of 4 in the semifinals of the A field. Susie West turns it over to Johnny. We have both drivers in the pre-stage. All right, race fans, hang on. Boom for the Blind Faith. Oh, wow, what a pop on that right side. After the wind light came on, the Blind Faith altered. Let go. Big flame out of that car. Parachutes in the wind, so that's hopefully bringing that car to a safe stop, and it looks like it is decelerating properly. But wow, what an explosion in the Blind Faith car. 399 right side, 394 left side, so a huge hole shot. Got the win light for the Blind Faith car. Jim Maroney did his job, but at the end of the racetrack, the mechanical part of the equation decided it was enough. Emergency crews rolling. We do have, in fact, we found out exactly how good the medical staff and the emergency staff here is at Tucson Dragway yesterday. They are top notch, and you can stack them up against anybody, anywhere. So from that standpoint, we feel confident about our driver, Jim Maroney, down there. We will give you a report once we have one. The Awful Awfuls, sometimes known for crazy things like that. It's quite a spectacle. Of course, our main concern is the safety and well-being of the driver behind the butterflies. That happened to be Jim Maroney on that run. But a huge fireball. Didn't last long. Definitely did some damage. Again, we will give you a report from the top end of the racetrack just as soon as we have a report from our emergency personnel. We do have Jim Maroney scheduled to race Lyle Greenberg in the bottom half of the A field, and Mike Halstead scheduled to race Jimmy Kelso in the top half of the A field. Right now, not as important as what's going on in the shutdown area. So I'll stand down here for just a moment, and we'll give you a report. Hopefully, we'll have one here for you just in a moment. All right, from the top end of the racetrack, you could see there were parachutes behind both of those fuel altereds, both cars decelerating properly, and you can see they're not on the racetrack. So Jim Maroney is all right up there on the top end of the racetrack, so we're excited to hear that. So the race crew has a little work to do around the finish line where the mechanical breakage took place. We'll see what kind of a cleanup is necessitated. Both of these cars, in fact, all of these cars, have belly pans, diapers, fluid containment systems that they employ. Sometimes it doesn't hold all of it, but if it doesn't, we certainly have the equipment and the expertise to take care of the track cleanup. So I do see the tow truck on the way down to the top end of the racetrack. So we may be down for just a few minutes, hopefully not very long, but gives you a chance to stand up, maybe stretch, meet a neighbor, make a new friend. We just completed that first round of the CP Carrillo A field. Next up, it's going to be round number 1 of our Western Differential B field as they are getting suited, booted, and ready.
Well, we have a quiet moment, if I may. I want to put a shout out to In-N-Out Burger Raceway in Pomona, California. It is raining over there, and anybody that's ever raced, you wouldn't wish that on anybody. Hopefully they'll be able to get something done today, tomorrow, get that event completed and crown their champions. But I've been texting back and forth with a couple of folks over there, and a whole lot of computers in the lounge, a whole lot of iPads over in Pomona right now are keeping an eye on what's going on in Tucson, because there ain't nothing going on over there. So appreciate the support of our racing brethren and sistermen over in Pomona. Thanks for tuning in and checking out Fuel Altered Chaos for the first time ever.
So while we're taking care of the situation on the racetrack, I'll give you a little preview of coming attractions. The Western Differential B field is just about ready to go. The first pair is going to be featuring the Nitro Club Lucky 13 qualifier Mitch Bowen out of Flagstaff, Arizona, taking on the Nitro Rat out of Salt Lake City, Matthew Leonard. That will be the first pair. Also in the first round of
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, Nitro Funny Cars, fuel altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels.
wings, from a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series. Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Bradford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuel. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Winner will be selected. That will be done over to static display where the non-differential offer is, the Speed Sport Racing. If you haven't already found that location, just definitely go ahead and find it. And take a look at these classic race cars with a whole lot of history behind them. There's the Speed Sports car.
Leave nothing behind. John Umlauf with the win. 365 knots.
John Umlauf, you are no stranger to winning, but a championship at a high level in Nitro Chaos and getting it done early with Cody Austin losing in the semis, you winning. Congratulations.
Awesome, hey. All the glory and praise goes to God. Next is my family, my crew. It's without them, it would never happen. Big shout out to Alex Conway for helping us keep this with pieces and parts to keep it going.
John, last year, 2024, this event, it was the cap of a charge that got you into second place in the points of Nitro Chaos, and you continued that charge right into 2025. What turned this program around with this hot rod in particular for you to go on and win the championship here in 2025?
Oh, well, it's hard work from the crew. My son tunes it. I mean, and we get help from Scott Shear, Pete Dove. I mean, I can't mention them all. I can't think of all of them at once, but it's just a conglomeration of a bunch of people. And my wife not giving up on me for spending all the, getting it done. I mean, you can't do it by yourself.
John Umlauf, your DMP Awnings 2025 Nitro Chaos champion. He is looking for yet one more win light to make it all so sweet. Add the cherry on top of an event win and a championship here at Mid-State Dragway.
pick up the win.
Winner's Lane here at Mid-State Dragway. And John Umlauf is, yes, the winner, but he is the champion. You get the proverbial cherry on top here at the last race in 2025.
I don't know what to say. I mean, this is what we come here to do. Hard work from the crew. My wife putting up with me to let me do it. Chris and Tara for putting it on so we can do it. Alex Conway for parts. The same old people I got to thank. I mean, not old people. Trick Tools, Bruce Van Dant, Brian Zant. Trick Tools helps us out. It's just dream come true. That's all I can say.
John, congratulations. What a great year. What a great race. You are the winner here, and you are the champion in Nitro Chaos.
Owen on the left side. Matthew Leonard on the right side. You look at the score. That is part of the Chaos format that allows everybody to race regardless of your budget. We qualified the quickest 8 in the field. There is no index. It's wide open, heads up all day long. Sometimes we do that in the B field. Doesn't happen to be this time, though. You take the number, you take the low qualifier in the B field, knock 2/10 off of that. That gives you an index. So the mission for these racers is don't go red, get there first, don't go quicker than 380. Now that is sandbag insurance is what that is. You can see the Nitro Rat. They figure if one is good, 2 is probably better, which is very much like the drag racing adage, if some is good, more is better, than too much must be just right. So a pair of backup girls backing up in Nitro Rat out of Salt Lake City on the right side of the Christmas tree. And we are just about ready to bring these cars to the starting line. It's Arizona versus Utah. First round, Western Differential. Local company supporting the track, supporting Chaos. And serving as title sponsor for our B field. Mitch Bowen has got the clutch car, brings the revs up. And it's a whole lot of smoke show on the right side for the Nitro Rat. Mitch Bowen stopping the clocks in 4.24 seconds on the left side of the center stripe at 152.96 miles an hour. Matthew Leonard, 115 to the 60-foot, but he was definitely using up a lot of rubber. As he was tire smoking, it looked like the old days before the days of burnouts, as he was smoking them all the way down the racetrack. So off his normal pace. But a win light on the tower side for Team Arizona as the Rust Bucket takes out the Nitro Rat in the first pair of the first round of your B field.
It's not as bad as it was yesterday because we have a little cloud cover, but yeah, and there's nothing I can do with this.
So as our drivers clear the top end, race crew assesses the situation. We are good to go, and the fires are lit on our next pair. This is going to be Vince Carstetter and Kevin Knowles. Vince has got the cherry picker. He's got lane choice, so as you would expect, he takes it. Jumps out. And on the right side of the Christmas tree, in the American walk-in coolers lane, it's going to be Kevin Knowles. Kevin qualified that blue and white machine with a 4:07. So this is an all-Arizona matchup. So many Arizona cars in the first round that they're just about always racing each other. But a whole lot of pride from the home state for keeping the trophies, the biggest share of the money, and the bragging rights for winning the inaugural event here in Arizona. Cherry Picker. And the N&K, Nissan Knowles. Express Delivery over on the right side of the center stripe. Got one pair down, got one pair to go. And a bunch more after that. Okay, race fans, who you got? Buckeye, Arizona, and Surprise, Arizona. Those of you tuning in from Texas, you may recognize Surprise, Arizona as where the Texas Rangers do their preseason. Well, I tell you what, on the right side of the Christmas tree, he had no trouble figuring out that right side lane, and Kevin Knowles goes 385 at 172.8 miles an hour. The front wheels were in the air like it just don't care, and that baby was cooking and booking down the racetrack. Starting line advantage went to Vince Carstetter in the Cherry Picker. Stops the clocks through the 8th mile with a 410 at 191 miles an hour. But they were on kill in the blue and white machine on the right side, and Kevin Knowles puts that baby down the racetrack. No problem, it seemed, as he turns on the wind light in the American walk-in coolers lane. Wow, so there is a way down that right side lane, just in case somebody happened to ride up on their Softail Harley and ask you. Show them some love, race fans. How about those Arizona teams? Top end clear. Next pair ready. Kurt Duckworth all the way from Weirton, West Virginia. Got the Methanol Fuel Complete Chaos car on the tower side of the racetrack. Qualified with 401. His opponent from South Carolina, a California native that has moved from one coast to the other and is experiencing a fantastic season in 2025. The Rat Poison car of Dan Padnato. Family operation with now the third generation of Padnatos involved in the racing operation. Everything from ownership to driver to crew chief. The backup girl. They do it right at the Rat Poison team, and that name goes way back. For those of you thinking about jumping in the Wayback Machine, if you start looking around when you get there, you'll probably find Rat Poison if you're looking for fuel alters. The Complete Chaos team out of West Virginia. Not sure, but I think they're the only West Virginia car that has run Chaos. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I'm wrong. This is a sterling performer that does well in altered competition, including up there at Eddyville, Iowa, where a lot of our friends are, and the World Fuel Altered Nationals. So they qualify number 2 and number 6. Padnato with a 406. Well, it's going to be tower side with the wind light as the Complete Chaos car joins that 3-second club with a 396 at 178 miles an hour. Dan Padnato in the Rat Poison with a strong launch and a 980 60-foot time. Got out to the half-track point. They were about even there, but that's right where you started to see a hint of tire smoke off the back of the Rat Poison nitro burner. And he had to get out of the throttle, winds up coasting through at only 124 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 440. But he could already see that Kurt Duckworth was right there and on his quickest run of the weekend. So the West Virginia team, Complete Chaos and Kurt Duckworth and group, put that 38 Fiat Topolino into the semifinal round of our Western Differential B field. So one more pair here in the D field. We have got Mitch Bowen racing Kevin Knowles in the top half of the B field semifinal. And we've got Kurt Duckworth taking on the winner of this next pair between Psycho 2 and Chaotic. James Gilliland qualified number 4 at a 4:02. Rich Nasby qualified number 8 at a 4:19. So once they get the all clear from the track staff and the race director, you'll hear some more fire in the pipes, and the final pair of the first round in our B field will come to life. Beautiful blue Arizona skies and a great day for a drag race. You chose to be out here, and we're excited to have you join us. Don't forget to put in your calendar, on your calendar if you still use paper, or on your electronic device, November 6, November 7, 2026, Fuel Altered Chaos, second annual, right back here at Tucson Dragway. What a race this has already been, and we're looking forward to putting a cap on it, putting a wrap on it, and coming back next year, but we have a lot of business yet to be settled. It is James Gilliland, the quicker qualifier, selecting the left side lane, your Western Differential lane. Rich Nasby is going to be over on the right side of the Christmas tree in that American walk-in coolers lane. You hear the sound of the pop nitromethane fuel in the Psycho 2. Dale Wilkins, co-owner and tuner of the Psycho 2 machine. There's Psycho Susie. We told you about the Best Dressed Backup Girl competition. The girl you see out in front of the Psycho 2 machine took home that $350 yesterday as the Best Dressed Backup Girl. Her husband occupies the driver's office in the Psycho 2 machine. A team that's been racing nitro cars and fuel altereds for at least as long as I've known them, probably a lot longer, but they spent a lot of time with the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. Great group of folks from southeast Kansas and right at the Oklahoma border. In fact, James calls Juan, Oklahoma home. Tucson, Arizona, home for Rich Nashby, the chaotic, good looking, good running fuel altered on the right side of the racetrack. We are staged and ready to go. Oh, the parachute comes out on the right side of the center stripe. Had a good run going, but that will definitely hinder your progress. And the wind light's going to come on the tower side of 403, 193.8 miles an hour. Both those guys off the starting line with a soft combination, 105 and 103 to 60 feet, 274 on the left side to the half-track point, but the parachute was coming out already at the half-track point on the right side of the racetrack, slowing that car down. 449 at 142.7 across the finish line. And so James Gilliland and the Psycho 2 team into the semifinal round to take on Kurt Duckworth in that 3-second complete chaos car. All right, A field down, B field down. Moving next to our C field. Qualifiers 17 through 24. We have got Greg Holman and Randy Bradford squaring off. Joe Leuenberg, the long-distance racer from Sweden, taking on Phil Flower from Arizona. John Dale racing Sheldon Lofgren, and Reed Taylor taking on John Brewer. 5 Arizona cars in the C field, along with the team from Washington, Sweden, and Nevada. All right, we can tell we've got pop in the tank of this one coming up next. First pair, Randy Bradford on the tower side of the racetrack against Greg Holman Washington. Home state for Bradford. Greg Holman calls the car Carbon Copy. Randy Bradford, that team calls it the Hot Stuff. Oliver Miller Racing. Joe Thomas, as well as Dove Fuels, Enthusiast Hydrogen, and Laris Motorsports Insurance. Protecting all your race car parts, tools, trailer, toter, all of your racing operations, wherever it may be. Green lights on both sides. And right at the finish line, the win light goes to Bradford. Number 5 beats number 1. A 4:12 beats a 4:20. A starting line advantage and a quicker laps time on the tower side of the racetrack. And the win light goes to the team out of Camino Island, Washington. 105 to 60-foot left side, 277 to half track. They were right together at the half track point, and just a little advantage at the finish line. Margin of victory was 1/10 of a second. 4:12 beats a 4:20. So Bradford advances into the second round of our Driven Racing Oils Seafield, where he'll take on the winner between Joe Lewinberg and Phil Flower. Next up is that pair. Joe Lewinberg and his family out of Sweden. They base in Southern California when they come to do their racing stateside. We are excited that they choose to do a good bit of their racing with the Chaos brand. They have a Firebird funny car that they run, and then they put it in altered trim and come out to run fuel altered Chaos for this inaugural event. Taking on Phil Flower. Phil was on a funny car Chaos before. His funny car body is a Cadillac. You see a lot of Cadillac funny cars. Although when I was a kid drawing my funny car, my imaginary funny car, I wanted it to be a Cadillac Eldorado. Raw Valley spent some time as the #1 qualifier. By the time it was all said and done, they wound up number 3 with a 4:24 laps time. Man, I tell you, when you get a chance to take advantage of the fact that every ticket is a pit pass and you go down on Fuel Altered Alley, go by and see these two cars. I can tell you, you will be impressed with what you find there. The machinery, the paint, the look, the hard work that they put in. They have chosen to be here for this spectacular event. The Arizona team takes that right side lane, and the team out of Sweden is on the tower side. Big block Chevy power. The order of the day here. Right now, Seafield. Seafield action coming at you. Randy Bradford has already advanced to the semifinal. He awaits the winner of this pair. Joe Lewinberg is ready. Phil Flower brings the car into the stage position. Green lights, both sides. Here we go. Wheels up. Oh, man, going to be a close race at the top end just by a tad. It's going to be a win light for the Swedish car. The Raw Valley goes 4:38. It's a 4:52 on the right side. Starting line advantage for Phil Flower. Had him out front by a bunch, but it wasn't quite enough as the 165-mile-per-hour top-end charge caught up and passed Phil Flower into some kind of monster, and the Raw Valley team will advance to the semifinal round where Hot Stuff is waiting. Once again, I want to say big words of welcome to those of you watching on the live stream. We appreciate you tuning in from wherever you may be. Hello to Deanne Stevens, Dina Stevens, Danny Haynes, Danny Smith, Cody Austin, Lauren Jagger, Bill Kimberly Names, and now Striker Name. Hey, Gene Grant, see you out there, brother. Happy to have you tuning in as well. And we've got some folks that have made it to the races. They don't normally spectate. They usually race, but they decided to come to Tucson Dragway and take this one in person. Welcome Joey Myrick and Macon Jackson. Happy to have you in the house. Fire's lit on our next pair. You're going to hear something that you haven't heard yet. A turbocharged, fuel altered. That's the twin turbo Hemi of Sheldon Lofgren from Gilbert, Arizona. Got a T-bucket over on the right side of the center stripe, and his quick, fast race car has been known to flirt with the 3-second zone. Qualified that car in the number 6 position with a 4:29. Has had a little trouble getting the car to stick at the starting line. Winds up having to pedal it, and very quick puts it back on the deck, and it would fly for the time that it was running. 4:29, the best elapsed time that he was able to come up with. The Shaky Situation. Love this car. Sean Dale on the tower side. Got a thing for purple race cars. Shaky Situation and Arizona Thunder. Both cars from the home state here to represent. Gonna see if they can take home one of those custom trophies from Apple Girl Art. Proudly added to their trophy case. Spooling up the turbo on the right side. 4 balls. And here we go. Oh, Sheldon, a little too close to that wall. Way too close to that wall. Tags it. Chute comes out, so he should be able to bring it to a safe stop. The wind lights on the tower side for the Shaky Situation. The actual Shaky Situation was on the opposite side of the racetrack. Sean Dale, 417, 174 miles an hour, gets the wind light, and the turbo car had a strong launch, but up there about 200 feet began to drift to that right side and got over there a little bit too far. You could see the impact as the car tagged that right side wall. The parachute immediately came out, and it looks like they've got the car stopped on the racetrack. Emergency crew out there to check things out. The track staff will be checking for debris, fluid, any of that, but a tough break for Sheldon Lofgren. So they will be putting that one back in the trailer. Not quite in as good a shape as they unloaded it, but the Shaky Situation car on the tower side turns a 105.60 foot time, 279 to half track, and a 174 mile per hour top end charge. 4.17 seconds is all it took to turn on the wind light. We are in our C field right now. We have 1 pair left. We will move then to our D field. There are 4 cars in the D field shootout. So they're going to race. Next time you'll see them is the final rounds. They will open the final rounds in the D field as we will swap the run order, go from ABCD to BCDA. So you can see it's an all-hands-on-deck situation as the mops, the brooms, the heavy equipment, the broom and drag, the emergency folks out there. This staff at Tucson Dragway, second to none when it comes to taking care of the racers. And they will have this track put right back in tip-top condition very, very shortly, and we'll go back to racing. Once again, happy to have all of our media personnel here. While it's quiet and you can hear me, we want you to know how very much we appreciate all those guys out there in those bright colors with the cameras and the videographers. Still photography, videography, live stream production. It's all very important to the people who want to find out about what's going on at this inaugural Chaos event of Fuel Altered Chaos. Hey, we want to say thanks by name to James Armstrong, Lee Kraft, Bob Snyder, Dave Commel, Debbie, Stephen Whitla, Jason Bryant. If I didn't call your name, it's just because I don't have it yet. But if you're out there documenting this event, we are so glad that you are here.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while pouring horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, Nitro Funny Cars, Fuel Altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Check out Twisted Shifters for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos.
right, so the work continues to go on here on this end of the racetrack. Now, at the top end of the racetrack, there's a car in the kitty litter, in the sandbox at the end of the racetrack. There's a whole lot of shutdown area at this racetrack, but sometimes that's still not enough. So once we get the car out of the sand and we have it all clear from the top end of the racetrack, it'll be time to go back to fuel-altered racing, as we will have that final pair of our C field as they are chomping at the bit, ready to go. John Brewer and Reed Taylor in an Arizona-Nevada showdown. And then our D field racers will be squaring off. The 2025 season for the Chaos franchise will come to a conclusion at the end of this event today. But the 2025 racing season at Tucson Dragway continues. Coming attractions, you can find them at the website or on their social media outlets. Saturday, November 22nd, the Sideways Garage Birthday Bash. That's going to be a blast out here. The Burnout Pit will be open, and you will definitely enjoy experiencing that. Gates open at 5 and racetrack open from 7 to midnight. On Saturday and Sunday, December 6th and 7th, it's open track and club day. Club race and test and tune. Santa's Shootout with jet cars and the Christmas tree drags, and the Burnout Pit is open. That's coming your way on Saturday, December the 20th. And then right there at the end of the year, December 31st through January 4th, that's when they have the big Hangover Nationals. A supersized way to start off 2026 with bracket racing at its best. Super Pro Sportsman, Motorcycles, Junior Dragsters, Junior Street, High School, and then some. You want to make that a part of your routine for the New Year's Day, New Year's first week of the season, first week of the year, right here at Tucson Dragway. Very happy to introduce the Chaos brand to the Arizona audience. I know a lot of you are already familiar with Funny Car Chaos or Nitro Chaos. This is the 9th year there has been a Chaos race. We started with one race back in 2017, the original Funny Car Chaos race. Gotta tell you, this race has that same kind of vibe as the first ever Fuel Altered Chaos event. Bought 38 entries. At one time there were 42 entries, but things happen, and we all have life that happens. But wound up with 38 entries and qualified over 30 cars, and you're getting a chance to see the fruits of their labor as they put the cars down the racetrack. Quick times, big speeds, and the competition is happening today. Custom trophies for the A, B, and C fields from Katie Butero of Apple Girl Art, headquartered over in Indiana. Cash prizes to every qualifier in the A field, B field, C field. The big $5,000 to win in the A field. Best dressed backup girl for Saturday, yet to be determined. $350 posted for the winner of the best dressed backup girl. At the end of round one, there has been a raffle going on. The Nitro Cruisin', Nitro Kevin raffle. That raffle the winning ticket will be pulled at the end of first round Fuel Altered Elimination. So that's coming up very shortly. You want to be over there when they pull the winning ticket. It's going to be taking place over at the display where you've got the mob. Fuel Altered, the Speed Sport Roadster. And I think there was one or more over there as well. The Climax, I think, was there. But a great display if you haven't already taken advantage of the opportunity to make pictures around those cars. That's one of those must-do items on your inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos weekend. Get that experience in the books. Is the website for the Chaos brand. On series info, you can toggle over to Nitro Chaos or to Fuel Altered Chaos. We'll keep you up to date with all of the information going on. The 2026 schedule has been announced for Altered Chaos, November 6th and 7th. For Nitro Chaos and for Funny Car Chaos, as we will be visiting a variety of venues in 2026. Changing format to some new places and doubling up with the Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos double up events at Cordova for the championship finals in the fall, at Edgewater Sports Park in Cincinnati for Memorial Day weekend, and in April at the Texas Motorplex. But the full schedule is on our website at funnycarchaos.com or our social media outlets, whatever social media you use. We've also got the YouTube channel, and that's where we post our Chaos Live events, a lot of the great content put out by our man Lee Kraft, and that's where the live stream broadcasts go to live.
Hey, Dave. Can you hear me?
I can.
Do you wish you could drown me out?
I'm good.
Maybe even sometimes?
I tell you what, sometimes maybe, I don't know.
Well, I know that there's somebody out there that can hear me that might want to drown me out later. If you got back to your pit area and realized you don't have your earplugs, come see me. Somebody found a set of custom molded earplugs out on the return road and turned them in. So come up here and it'll be like Cinderella's shoe. We'll see if they fit.
Race fans, I got to tell you something. There are thrills and there are thrills, and we're getting a lot of those thrills this weekend as we bring Fuel Altered Chaos to Tucson Dragway, the absolute home of the world of fuel altered racing. But when you do what I do, when you do what Alan Reinhart does, one of the people that you look back to as setting the standard that you try to live up to is a guy who also calls Tucson, Arizona home, and he just showed up in the tower here. I am talking about the man known as the voice of drag racing. John Lundberg is actually here in the tower. We heard a rumor that he might come out to the drags, but man, what a thrill to welcome you here. John Lundberg, I got to tell you, it is exciting to have you joining us.
Oh, bless your heart. Well, this is the first time I've been out here to Tucson Dragway in a few years, and I must say the upgrades are incredible. I mean, Jim Hughes has turned this thing into a palace, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I love this kind of open field, fuel-altered racing. I remember that at Bakersfield, they were happy to get 10. There are how many here, 36 or something like that?
We had 42 entered at one time. We had 38 roll through the gate. We put 35 down the racetrack.
That is just amazing. Anyway, I'm here to watch that. The thing that you never run out of is the necessity every once in a while to go when nitromethane is in the air.
And we can add you to the list too, right? We were taking a survey yesterday of people that were here today that actually were at the old Tucson Dragway that closed more than 40 years ago.
Yes, sir. Well, I was there a couple of times working for Bob Huff.
The old AHRA days.
Yeah, the old AHRA days for sure. And first time I announced at a drag strip in Arizona was in late February of 1963. I got a ride-along with an Oldsmobile-powered AA modified from Lansing to go to the AHRA Winter Nationals and then to Bakersfield. So that's the first time I was in Arizona.
That's awesome.
Which was when? In the, last century. Go get them, guys.
That was before I was in Arizona, and I was born here. I mean, not by much.
The final pair of our first round in our Driven Racing Oils C field features a pair of fuel alters. We got John Brewer on the tower side of the racetrack from Tucson, Arizona, and we have got Reed Taylor on the right side of the Christmas tree from North Las Vegas, Nevada. Taylor qualified number 4 with a 424 and Brewer in with a 454. You look down at the scoreboard, you see the 402 Sandbag Insurance. That's the index in the C field category. As these drivers will bring their cars up. Big block Chevy power providing the motivation here. And the winner of this race is going to take on Sean Dale in the shaky situation. Green lights, both sides, here we go. Finding the way down that right side lane to a win light, that is going to be Reed Taylor, the North Las Vegas, Nevada car with a 4:10 elapsed time at 185.6 miles an hour. Takes the 458 at 150 of John Brewer out. And the Tucson car goes down, but the Las Vegas car goes on into the semifinal. I tell you, John, I know you've seen more races than a whole lot of folks have, and I remember, I got to tell you, this is one of those things that people probably say to you all the time. I remember seeing your van at Amarillo Dragway with the thing on the side of it, you know, John Lundberg, the voice of drag racing, and I thought, wow, that is cool. So I've actually heard you back when I was a kid actually announce, and of course I read about you in all the trade publications, and you set a standard that all of us that continue to announce try to live up to. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you. It's a blessing to be here, and that day it involved 6 figures a year in mileage on that van, and believe me, I've spent many an interesting night in that puppy, but it took me to a lot of places, and it was a heck of a ride, that I can tell you.
Oh, I'm sure that it was. That was the days of the custom vans, and you can see a lot about those in the trade publications as well. Some of the magazines would feature that. Now, you've seen Top Fuel, you've seen Funny Car, you've seen Door Cars, you've seen Fuel Alters. This race, the Chaos brand, making it open to not just the pro teams, allows a wider playing field, more racers to come join. I hope you may have been following and see what we're doing.
Yes, I have, and I think it's a marvelous concept. The idea is to be inclusive, not exclusive, okay? And the more people we can get involved in active drag racing, the whole sport just grows. It's an excellent concept, and I'm looking forward to see it executed here tonight.
Absolutely. Spoken like a true prophet. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to tell you, it is such a thrill for us to have Tucson's own John Lundberg joining us here for this race. We have got the D field on the racetrack right now. There were 5 cars entered. It looks like we have got an odd car that's going to be Smokey Blanton. Smokey out of Dumas, Texas, and owner Coy out of Amarillo, Texas. 526 cubic inches of supercharged Hemi power. Backup girl Sassy Cassie Blanton, one of those contestants in the best dressed backup girl competition. Always shows up strong. Her husband Smokey into the pre-stage position, ready to take the solo run. 2 quickest winners will be the ones that advance to the D field final. Their best run so far was a 480. They put a 410 on the board as they improved their performance 0.7 of a second off of their best run yesterday as they go 9.63 to the 60-foot time. You could tell right off the hit that one was going to go right down the groove, and they did it. The Texas car, the Texas Joker, 410, gets a win light at 165 miles an hour.
Is that going to be enough?
I think it might be, because there's only 2 winners that will advance to the final. There's another pair, and then there's another car. So that's going to be tough to beat. That's going to be tough to contend with.
Oh, come on. You're not going to climb out on a limb and make an absolute declaration?
No, I'm actually not going to do that.
I will. That's enough. We're going to see that car again when they come back for the D final. That 410 is going to be in the D final.
Ray Stringer and Randy Beard. Next pair up, we've got the Bloodlust car from Western Colorado. And we've got the Scentless Nitro Chevy out of Alamogordo, New Mexico. Coming into this D field shootout, brought to you by our good friends Oliver and Miller Racing, a team that intended to be here, but life got in the way, and so instead of coming out, they sent money to help support the D field. A couple of more great contestants in the best dressed backup girl competition. The Nitro Chevy. They have had a tough week, but it could all get better if that blown Scentless car will run like it normally does. If it does, I got to tell you, you're going to very much enjoy the excitement level of that crew with Tri-Pack on their backs. The Bloodlust car, Randy Beard out of Western Colorado, Grand Junction is his home. They have had almost as much trouble this weekend as the blown Scentless car has. Let's see if they can make everything better with this pass right now. It's already looking way better. Blown Scentless, 428, 152 miles an hour. So we've got 410 and 428. And you're looking like you got the numbers right. 152 miles an hour on the tower side. Ray Stringer has got a win light and an elapsed time, and he might be back for the final round of the D field as they do the first requirement of the task, and that is turn on the win light.
They're not going to run the D's? Oh, that was?
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, nitro funny cars, fuel altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis parts supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience. Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the chaos.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuels. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
So that created a solo situation for Keith Livesey. There's $1,000 that goes to the winner of the D Field Shootout. After a challenging week, I know that this group would very much like to put the Black Beast into that final round. Got to go quicker than 4:27. And so we plug in a little fog hat. Got a slow ride coming back this way. And the Black Beast, looking for their best run of the weekend. They would like to put that car in the low 4-second zone. That's what it takes to make it to the final round. They're on a bye run, so they will get a win light. Into the pre-stage. Locked and loaded. This is going to be their best run of the weekend if he keeps it on the left side of the stripe, and he does. How about a 465, 152.66 miles an hour. Got the win light part done, but the lapse time not quite enough. I got to tell you, after the weekend they had, after the qualifying day they had yesterday, I'll guarantee you that 465 feels pretty good. So the final round will feature a Texas car against a New Mexico car. Shane Blanton taking on Ray Stringer in your Oliver and Miller Racing D-Field Shootout Final. Hey, fuel-altered racers, I've been asked to advise you that your payout will be available after the second round of Fuel Altered, unless, of course, you're still in. Fuel Altered racers, if you are wondering about payout, it'll be paid out on the second story of the tower, and it will be available for those who are out beginning at the end of the second round of Fuel Altereds. So there you have it. All right, first round in the books for Fuel Altered Chaos, and we have got our semifinals coming your way in about an hour. Thanks for tuning in wherever you may happen to be, from Pomona to the Pacific Northwest to Puerto Rico. Thanks for tuning in to Fuel Altered Chaos, the inaugural event taking place here at Tucson Dragway.
All right, ADRL Pro, or ADRA Pro, and Tri-5s, you should be in the staging lanes. Hey, quick reminder, if there's anybody that's here for the first time or it's been a while, this is a left side racetrack. Make sure your dial board is pointed to the left, or your dial is clearly visible on the left, because when you pull up to the ready line, my computer got us, and boy, am I using that term lightly, is going to be looking at the left side of your car. It needs to be able to read your dial. So make sure that it is clear, visible, large, and pointed to the left. And here comes Pro as we are racing for real. First pair rolling up, we're going to have a pretty sizable handicap here. I got Jordan Hart over on the right side. Team Hart. If there's another one, I wonder if it's like heart to heart. This is going to be a big handicap. Kevin Semaine in the truck. Jordan is going to get a 2 3/4 second head start. More than a full Christmas tree on the countdown. The right lane will be dashing down the boulevard, then we'll turn the truck loose and see if Kevin can catch Jordan. I don't even recall seeing that Corvette make a time run. I wonder if Jordan showed up here late and just decided to dial her blind and take a crack at it. Both drivers are away on the green. Jordan is out there. Here comes Kevin. Here comes Kevin. Here comes Kevin. 10:14 for the win, 129 miles an hour. Jordan goes 12:89 after predicting a 12:83. That part wasn't bad. Reaction time was kind of a coin flip. But Kevin Semania making it happen. And just like that, Jeff Edwards is pulling up in the left side, and the Beav, the Mean Green Plymouth, over on the right side of the racetrack. .440 wedge tucked under the hood of the green machine over there, dialed in at 1098. Not quite as big a handicap this time as we had last time, but this race is over already. Red light, right lane, win light, left lane. Down the stripe on a free time run, 10:22 on the 10:23. Had a right number on the window. Ow, that hurts. That hurts. The B predicted a 1098, ran 10.983. Unfortunately for him, initiated the run with the red light. That'll bring up Henry Labaugh. Team Hot Wheels. Team Dart. Team Valiant, Team Duster against Team Station Wagon. I don't want to put any pressure on you or anything, Henry, but the last thing I'd want to do is go back and tell all my buddies that I got beat by a Fairmont wagon. I'm just saying. It's a cool wagon, but still. I just realized that Fairmont wagon's got a clutch in it. Okay, it's getting cooler by the minute. That's a really cool Fairmont, as I said yesterday. Nobody said that since Bob Glidden. Wind light comes on for Henry. He's not going to have to tell everybody he got beat by the wagon. He goes 1088 on the 1086, 119 miles an hour crossing the stripe, 1233 on the 35. Still couldn't get there. A little late at this end. Broke out trying to catch. Duster versus Fairmont. Haven't we seen this before? I've seen this movie before. Row. Were you watching? The left lane was supposed to leave first. When the tree counted down, didn't look like the Duster was ready. Sat on the bulb and just kind of idled off. 1252 on the 1242 as the Fairmont just eases on down there. Backing off the throttle to stay safe, taking the stripe, taking the win. Kurt's into Letta now on the left side, Camaro on the right side. You got the road runner against the Camaro. I don't have a Camaro sound effect. I was going to say vroom vroom, but that's Mazda, isn't it? Yeah, I get confused a lot. The Camaro's going to leave first. Not quite a full Christmas tree, 1.4 seconds. There's the handicap, and there's the green light. Both drivers get away on the green. Here comes the Roadrunner. Got him. 926 on a 926. Dead 2 at 135 miles an hour. 1063 on the 1066. Comes up on the right side. By the way, we've got some extra prizes. I love extra prizes. Extra prizes are cool. All you got to do is have a perfect light, and I will give you a fluid damper gift certificate worth a couple $100 and change, or be dead zero and win. I got a couple of them to give away. Everybody knows it's always nice to have spare parts, or if you've got a new project coming, it sure would be nice to save a couple bucks on that fluid damper, don't you think? Don't you think? I think. Tim O'More on the left side, Clyde Evering on the right side. How have our Fairmonts done so far? 1 for 2, right? 1 for 2. Well, this one's going down. Red light, right side. Wind light, left side. Tim O'More. Easing on down there. You know, when you can already see your wind light down on the scoreboard, makes for a nice quarter-mile run. 904. 151 the speed on the 906. 1080 on the 1078 for Claude, but that race was over before it was scheduled to start. As soon as that red light came on. Another big handicap here. Camaro on the right lane is going to get 2.5 seconds before we turn loose Paul Coleman. The second generation Camaro. What's that, about 74, 5, somewhere in that vintage? Both drivers away on the green. The Camaro's a long way down the racetrack. That's what happens when you get a 2.5 second head start. Here comes the Chevelle at the finish line. Click, bang. No, the Chevelle breaks out. 12.30 on a 12.25. That's going to be a winner. Paul Coleman got there first by a chunk and broke out doing it. Coleman got there first. Ugh, man, that hurts. 0.05 of a second. But that was quicker than he predicted. Now we're in set and ready to go. Camaro in the left lane working his way through the gearbox, trying to run down Frank Leon. Leon over on the right side. Took the advantage on the reaction timer, and he's going to take the win light as well. 11.06 on the 11.05, 10.90 on the 10.88, just 2 above the dial for the Camaro, but a little bit late letting the clutch out down here. It gave up a 1/10 of a second, a full 1/10. When you're talking reaction time in handicap racing, you're talking head start, simple as that. If I'm supposed to get a 1 second head start, I got a great reaction time and you're slow, I might get a 1.5 second head start. It's going to be tough for you to catch me. On the other hand, if I'm getting a 1 second head start, I sleep on the tree and you're on time, I might only get 3/4 of a second head start. It'd be easy for you to catch me. That's why you got to lean on the tree. Just don't lean that hard. Eric McCammon goes 013 R-E-D. Turns the win light on over on the right side, 1078 on a 1075, 122 the speed, 948 on a 47 for Aaron. That wasn't a problem. The red light. That was the problem. Here comes Tyler Sally now. The blue crew. I love, whoever decided those wheels go with that car, that was a good call. I approve. 2 thumbs up. Joe Kidd over on the right side. The Outlaw. Just up the road in Miranda. The kids spent a lot of time racing out here. Very involved with the racetrack, the bracket program, the junior program, the program. See what you got for me, Tyler on the left side, Joe on the right side. Closing in on the finish line, we have a winner. It's going to be Joe Kidd. Both drivers solid on their reaction timer. Joe's a little bit better, and then Tyler Sally didn't run the number. Predicted a 39, ran a 44, and that is way, way, way too much room to leave Joe Kidd. Brings up the Miracle Car Wash Vega. It's a miracle. And Robert Grangate. The new, and I mean new, Corvette. Where's the engine? We put it back there. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. You'll love it back there. Oh, man. The Vega goes red by a soul-crushing 1/1000th of a second. 1 thou red, 1 thou away from that fluid damper gift certificate. 1 thou away from a red win light. Grand Gate, and just took himself a parade lap. Lino Cimaroli now. The vinyl top, first gen Mustang. Jeremy Plyer on the left side, and the right side. The other, there's left and then there's the other left. We put one car in the left lane and then we put one car in the lane that was left. The Inco striped. 72 Nova. Oh, and a red light start. Lino, 100.5. I mean, it's just as soul crushing. Now, 001 is more soul crushing. When you were like, I was so close. 938 on 938 with 9 thou to spare for Jeremy. So Jeremy was 9 thou away from winning a fluid damper gift certificate. And here comes the High Plains Drifter. Is this me or does that remind you of a Clint Eastwood movie? This town ain't big enough for the two of us. Remember the Ford truck commercial where they put the Ford truck against the horse? This town ain't, I'm okay, I'm leaving. Head start goes to Camaro over on the right side. He dumps the clutch and away he's going. Pounding his way through the gearbox. Man, that 62 Chevy's right there. That Camaro is way over by the wall. Dude, that's a really nice car. Please don't get any concrete poisoning. All right, pulled it back away from the wall. Lost the race, saved the car. 10:03 on the 10:02, 15 on the tree, and then 10:03. That was going to be a pretty tough package to get around anyway. But credit where credit's due. The Camaro was 009. He was in the show. Mike Heath now and Rob Kalal. Rob in that early generation Barracuda. You know, the first Barracuda was actually just a trim package on a Valiant. No kidding. They're badged both Valiant and Barracuda. I went and looked at one the other day and probably should have bought it. But then there's a lot of things I probably should have done. Probably should have done. 10:69. It's going to be a winner for Rob. 122 miles an hour. It's going to be a 70 on the 46 for Mike Heath. Didn't run the number, paid for it. Both drivers missing the tree a little bit. Nobody's going to get in the reaction time Hall of Fame. And we got the next two just like that. Paul Lorden and the Vega. There goes the Chevy 2. Here comes Paul Lorden. Can he get there? Yes, he can. 982. Double breakout. First time we've seen that. Both drivers running quicker than the prediction. 11:14 on the 11:23 is under by almost a tenth. So 982 is going to get the win. Going to bring up James Foley in the left side. Red Nova in the right side. Will Nova's kind of huffing and puffing a little bit, isn't he? I do not believe he's going to catch that Vega. I do not think he's going to catch that Vega. I am currently certain he ain't going to catch that Vega. Predicted he was going to run 10:60 and ran 11:03. Also missed the tree a little bit. I left the door wide open. James goes 12:31. Easing back out of the throttle to stay on the safe side. Just 88 miles an hour. We continue on with Carson Heath left, Ron Height in the right. These two are dialed almost heads up. Only 1,000th of a second the difference in dial. Watch closely and see if you can tell which one jumps first. They should leave at basically the same instant. I say 1 thou, 1 hun. The truck was dialed 1 hun quicker. Unfortunately for him, he actually left the last. 11:35 on the 11:33. That's going to be a winner for Carson. 39 on a 34. So Ron Height missed the tree a little bit and was further off the dial a little bit. And there you have it. What, are we starting a trend here? Another 1 hun difference in dial. This time, Marco Campo. And the Mustang is going to go first. Oh, I'm sorry. The 68 Mustang is going to go first. And then we'll send the Fox body down there on the chase. Difference in dial, 10-4-0, 10-4-1. That is 1 hun advantage to the blue car. Well, this time, the car that was supposed to leave first did leave first, and then runs 10:45 on the 10:41. 128 to speed. Wow, right lane goes 10-22 on a 10:40. Was late, tried to make up for it by running 2/10 too quick. I've seen that tried a lot of times. I've seen that work never. Exactly never. That's the official count, exactly never. The Mammoth Towing Pickup coming up down the left side, motorcycle over there on the right. And then we're going to fire a Softail at him. Red light. Looked like it from this end. True start is in effect, so the red light will not come on until both vehicles have left the starting line. If both drivers leave early, then whoever is the worst, it's kind of like a breakout, first or worst, whoever's the worst will get the red light. In this case, only the truck left early. Opportunity to go to the buyback window if you so desire. Handicap's going to be the right lane, a little more than half a bulb going to be the difference. Both drivers away. Both drivers green. Camaro out in front. Corvette is closing the gap in a hurry. Long nose on the Corvette. Can it get out in front? Nope, not happening. 11:26 on the 11:12. Oh, Reagan left a little bit back here on the reaction timer. Paid for it down there. Remember what I was telling you about the bigger head start, the littler head start? Yeah. Reagan gave up a bigger head start than she had to. Here comes Gary Hampton. Believe it or not, that little red Z24 Cavalier, that's the V6 model, that's the hot rod. Well, I mean, it'd be silly to run a four-cylinder. That is a class legal stock eliminator car. No kidding. Gary Hampton calls it the shark bait. Well, this time he's trying not to be horse bait because he's got a Mustang in the other lane. He's going to be trying to run him down. Man, look at that thing. Whew. Almost picked the front end up. Almost. It's hard to do wheelies in a front-wheel drive car. But Hampton, hey, don't let the car fool you. He's one of those guys that's really good about racing slow cars. Five Mississippis is going to be the handicap. You can see it down on the scoreboards. Count along with me. The little red car is going to leave first. The whole race is only 10 seconds long for the Mustang. He's got to give a 5-second head start. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Go! Look how far down that little Chevrolet is. A little huffing and puffing V6. I think I can. 1566. That's a winner. The Mustang actually tracked him down. Goes 10-11. Predicted a 10-14. Call that a breakout. For Gary Hampton, call that a winner. Here comes the Wolf, Marv Wolfmeyer, and Alan Walcott. It's the Wolf and the Walcott. The old school Vega and the new school Corvette. Both drivers are away. Alan trying to uphold the family honor after his wife to advance. Well, unfortunately, he's going to join his wife at the buyback window because the Wolf was 11:13. 0-12 on the tree, 11:13 on the track. That was more than Alan could handle. Couldn't get there, 5 thousandths at the finish line stripe. And here comes a little Mustang pony car. Earlier today came up, made a driver's license pass. This is going to be driver's license pass number next. I think the one this morning was the first, so this will be the second. Hot Rod Mustang rolling in, and I believe the Tri-5s are coming next. I Thing really livens up when it gets out there and starts boosting a little bit, doesn't it? He's taking himself a little 330-foot run down there, and I believe they're going to go a little further next time, until you hold it all the way down. All the way down, if you know what I'm saying. Late lunch or early dinner, but we got food trucks, we got Dippin' Dots, got tacos, got kettle corn, got ice cream, ice cream. All kind of stuff. The Nitro Lounge is open for business. Nice little trackside indoor seating area. About 40 minutes away from round number 2 of Chaos. And bringing back the fuel alters. They're back there feverishly getting them serviced and ready to come back and take another swing at it. Still have the fluid damper gift certificates. First perfect light. First dead zero. Gonna save you a couple of bucks on your next engine build. These are some really cool cars. Chris Rabu in the left side and Jeremy Austin in the right. The real question here for Chris is that 55 Bel Air. So he's got a 283 in it. Does that thing really have a 283 in it? It's got a clutch in it. It's going to be, what is it going to do when he locks the clutch out? Because it has been kind of stumbling a little bit off the starting line. He's going to hope that doesn't happen here. Jeremy Austin's going to hope it does. Jeremy in the 57 over there on the right side. No, broke it. Man, that's even worse. I can see the drive shafts spinning underneath the car. Oh, man. Oh, man. 1322, 93 miles an hour for the easy win, but Chris dropped the clutch. He broke the U-joint of the companion flange, it looked like. You can't tell me there's not a piece of something down there on the racetrack. Really? I swear I could see under the car and see the drive shaft spinning without the... I mean, the good news is they're pushing it back. It's not going clunk, 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 so whatever's broke is outside, not inside. Man, I really hate to see that beautiful hot rod got pushed off the starting line, but hopefully it's not going to be too major of a repair. And now we've got Bob Thurston and Marshall Austin coming at you. I'm trying to figure out which one of the old school wheels I like better. The old school center lines on the 57 Chevy. That's what my Barracuda's got on it. I think I'm going to have to go over to new wheel because they were drilled and screwed for, you know, screws to hold the slicks on. So I got to get that fixed. Marshall Austin over on the right side with the classic dish mag look. In his 55 Chevy, 2.44 seconds the handicap head start. Both drivers get away on the green. The 57 closing the gap. As they close in, he's at the back bumper. He's at the door. He's at the front fender. Front bumper. Can he get the nose out? He's going to get the win. 12:49, 95 miles an hour. That's the winner. 14:67. Marshall missed the tree. Had a reaction time started with a 3. If your reaction time starts with a 3, there's a better than even money chance your time slip is going to start with an L. Oh, big handicap here. How about almost 5 full seconds? Not quite the full 5 Mississippis, but 4 3/4 Mississippis. Black car in left lane is going to leave first, then John Wheat. Not yet, John. Not yet, John. Okay, John. They were pushing a lot of air down there. I wonder if you get a little side draft. I think you should be able to get a side draft off one of those things, wouldn't you think? I would think. We're going to win line 1177 on the 1175. 1643 for the left lane. Got there first, but had to break out to do it. And again, neither driver's going to be bragging about reaction time. Dan Lamb left, Adam Austin right. They're already off and running. Coming up for Dan, we got a 1345. Coming up for Adam. Didn't happen. Bring up Jim Burris, never satisfied. In the 57 Chevrolet. And James Rourke in the wagon. 7 seconds, are you kidding me? A 7 Mississippi head start. The whole race for Burris. 9.9 seconds line, 7 seconds head start. Ready? 1, 2, 4, 8, 12, 7. Oh, James Rourke left early. He had a 7-second head start and he still left early. Tried to make it more than 7 seconds. 995, 135 for the win for Burris. 1664 for Rourke, but he smashed the gas. Almost a full 1/10 of a second too soon. Now it's going to be Jake Burris in the left, Dan Owens in the right. That Bel Air in left lane's got a 632-inch big block in it. Dan didn't quite have that much horsepower, so he's going to get the head start. There's the head start. Here comes the big block out of Leo's Auto Supply. Big block trying to run down. Uncle Dan, finish line. Got him. Got him, Dan. Broke out. 1553 on the 1570. That is a pretty sizable breakout. 90 miles an hour at the stripe. 1027 on the 1024. That's a winner. Alex Austin. Ken Meacham. Coming at you now. Ken Meacham's going to leave first. That is a clutch car as well. See him working his way through the gearbox. Shifting kind of like it was a Kenworth. At the finish line, wind light's going to come on for Alex Austin, 1507. 91 miles an hour. Wow. Kent Meacham had a reaction time, started with a 6. Ugh. Ugh. That's a super ugh. Can't do that. Jim Carbajal and Weechie coming at you now, but not before Dave. Dave's not here. Yes, he is.
All right, how about A field and B field? Fuel Altered Chaos semifinalists. We're looking for you in the staging lanes. A field and B field semifinalists to the staging lanes.
2 seconds, the handicap head start. Weechie over on the right side goes in, drops off that top bulb. Want to get a deep stage, see if he can get an advantage there. And he is off and running. James Carbajal on the chase. The 2 big old heavy Chevys down the stripe we go. Wind light says, give it to James. 1385 on the 1355. Oh man, Weechie dead 3. He predicted a 1555, ran 15.553, but he was late on the reaction timer and even dead on the dial. Wasn't going to save him for that one. Super Pro rolling up into the water box now. We move on to our Arizona Drag Racing Association. Super Pro machines. The Pumpkin Spice Camaro over here on the right side, and the Bloody Mary Red Chevelle Super Sport over on the right side. Well, Bloody Marys are they're festive Thanksgiving drinks, right? Well, they are if you're at the airport. You think they sell more Bloody Marys at the airport or everywhere else in the world? I'm thinking the airport. I'm thinking. Left lane goes first. Not a whole lot, though. 10th and a half is going to be the difference in dials. They're in, they're set, they're ready. And they're both away on the green. 8th mile. That's where they race. You don't have a whole lot of time to make the choice. But the Carrillo made the right one. Both drivers hammering the tree. 11 to a 16. A 5-thou advantage to the left lane. He gets her first. 43 on a 41 is 2 above. 37 on a 26. If they went down there and tried to drop him. And the drop was unsuccessful. I'm going to let you off here. Bring another third-gen Camaro, the white IROC Z on the left side. Martin Carrillo. Over in the right side. Once again, fuel altereds A and B. Alpha Bravo. Need you. Hey, Martine, come get a fluid damper gift certificate. Perfect. Trip zip reaction time runs 5:38 on a 5:38. Trip zip dead 6. Martine, you are going to win the first fluid damper gift certificate for that perfect reaction time. Come see me in the tower. Bring that time slip with you, even if it's on your phone. Just like that, we go to a couple of dragsters. Pat Marbach on the left side, Ken Rader in the right. This time. It's going to be a winner, 5:49 coming up for Ken Rader. 123.56. Isn't there supposed to be a 4 in there someplace? 123.56. 5:10 and 134 miles an hour comes up on the 5:05 for Pat Marbach, but that was not enough. Jeremy Jacobs down on the left side, Scott Hess. In the right. Check this out. That is a cool Dodge. I like the graphics. It's way down in the weeds. And that thing is fast. I mean, you'd think, look at that big car, look at the dragster on the other side. Wouldn't you think there'd be more than a 0.9 second head start? I mean, seriously. Wouldn't you think? I would think. Your car, the last one to bump in, is going to be the first one to leave as well. Off and away, both drivers on the green. Reaction times identical. Wow. Wow, identical on the tree. Jeremy Jacobs gets there first by 13 thousandths, broke out by 5 thou. Scott Hess runs dead on for the win. Identical reaction time. Got there first by 13 thou to break out 5. 91 on a 91 for Scott Hess. Didn't drop a dead 0, so you don't get the other fluid damper gift certificate, but you do get a win line, a chance to come back in later on. Lenny Fife left, Sarah Kidd right. Handicap this time just about a bulb. Going to go to the right side. No phones. American red by 9 thousandths of a second. Lenny Fife going to get the win, 59 on the 55. Sarah goes 7:36, taking her foot off the gas, and I guarantee you, have a little conversation with herself down there. That'll bring up Brian Lopez and his Camaro, and Vito in the dragster. 1.13 seconds going to be the handicap. Did anybody come pick up the zip plugs yet? Are they under your notebook? Those things are expensive. I had a few sets made over the years. Winlight coming on for Brian Lopez, 610 on the 608, 497 on the 495 in the right side, but yeah, 26 thou the difference in dial, 27 thou the difference at the finish line. If you're missing a set of molded earplugs, come see me. I had some turned in, and I know those things are expensive. I'm thinking you probably want them back. If they were mine, I'd want them back. It's going to be like Cinderella's slipper. Everybody keep coming in. We'll stick one in your ear until it fits. It's like, oh, no, you're the evil stepsister. You don't get those. Here comes Mike Gardner, Mark Lemon. Make that Lehman, Mark Lehman. That little Mustang is a hot rod. Oh, and a little Mustang with a red light. 24 thou, too soon. Too bad. 698 for the win. 698 at 97 miles an hour for the win. Lehman goes 585 on the 583, but he smashed the gas. A couple hundredths of a second too soon. This ought to be fun. Here comes Hector Hernandez Jr. Little Fox Body Ford. Team Mexico. And over on the right side, again, this is an interesting pair. Isn't it? Look at the altered over there. Wouldn't you think, I know what I would think, wouldn't you think that the Mustang would probably leave first in this pair? But that altered, they've been struggling with the thing all week, especially getting the thing to make the initial move off the starting line. It's just really lazy getting moving. Oh, and the difference is only 1,000th of a second. Hector down there, he looked at the dial on the scoreboard and said, whoa, stop, timeout, that's wrong. Flag down the starter. That's why the dial's on the scoreboard. Starters or driver's responsibility to make sure it's right. Hector spotted it, got it straightened out, and now these two will be just about side by side all the way down. PDC, that's pretty darn close. Uh-oh. Well, they were revving up the altered, and it started smoking. Then it lurched in the beam. Then it finally took off. And by the time all that went wrong, for him the race was over. And looks like we might have a minute or two of cleanup down there on the starting line. You saw the smoke coming out of the altered, and I thought he might just sit there on the bulb, but you know when the green light comes on, it's like force of habit. You smash the gas, can't help yourself. But I couldn't help it. Hernandez eases off the throttle, stays safe, 639. That's the win. He'll be back.
A field and B field fuel altereds. A field, B field fuel altereds. Need you in the staging lanes for pairing. A field, B field fuel altereds to staging now.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be a moment. They're getting out some of the absorbent mats. Means we got some slickery stuff on the starting line. We're going to take a look down track and make sure there's no slickery stuff. Further on down. You got a minute. While we're checking out the racetrack. You got 20 minutes before we should have nitro in the air again here at Tucson Dragway. I really appreciate Chris and all his team. Great call bringing the inaugural fuel altered chaos here to Tucson Dragway. Got a minute. We'll be right back with on-track action. I'm going to take the opportunity to grab myself a fresh bottle of water. Have you used this stuff very much? If you ever missed a run, do you play the race? Okay. And you want to go back and look at cars.
Looks like he saved it.
Oh, there is slicky stuff for sure. Right there. Oh, yes, yes. Andy Fangman, how did you not touch a single thing, dude?
Gosh, I did everything I could to keep this thing under control. And luckily, I think I had some luck. Luckily, Ryan wasn't near me when it shot over. I got oil underneath the tires, and pure luck. Thank God. That's what I'm gonna thank.
Take us in the cockpit of your beautiful hot rod, and it has stayed a beautiful hot rod even after that incident. Were you like slow-mo counting, like, oh, that's the right wall, this is the left wall, oh, that's Brian?
Well, we've been fighting tire shake with it all day today, and I knew that was coming, and it came. The tire shake came, and I went to stab it in the high gear and just go out and try to get it to go A to B, get it to go down, and it just shot out unpredictably before I could do anything with it. And I just hung on. I'm like, gather this thing up, keep it off the walls, keep it between, the mustard and the mayonnaise. That's always here, and that's what I did. And then finally, I got it where I was doing the zigzag stuff, kept doing that because it was just, I don't know, the oil under the tires yet, and I got the chute out, and I feel so bad about the oil on the track. I'm going to go out there here and get that, help clean that stuff up because that's not fair to those guys out there. They've been working hard all weekend trying to keep this racetrack safe and keep things moving along here for Chris and Tara Grave. And just everybody works so hard at this stuff, and then the oil gets out. It just makes it tough. But,
well, Andy, we're certainly glad you're okay, and thank you for providing a highlight on the live stream. We appreciate it.
Chaotic highlight again.
Chaotic highlight. We're making it again. All right. Oh, yes, there is slicky stuff all over.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, Nitro Funny Cars, Fuel Altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Tucson Dragway, fuel altereds. There's a history right here at this facility of those two being paired together. So when there was an opportunity for something such as fuel altered chaos, why did you jump on it?
Well, number one, I've watched Chris and his wife at a few different events, and I've seen their banquet they put on, and I was very impressed at how professional that they are putting everything together like they do. And it just seemed like a really good fit. I've been watching them grow their brand, and they put on amazing races. They've got fantastic cars that show up, as well as the spectator support has been unbelievable. So, and they, as they're growing their brand, we need more on the West Coast. And like you said, Tucson Dragway has always been big about the fuel altered nationals, so this is our way of bringing it back to Tucson.
What do you envision it comes around November and people are rolling into this place along with fuel altereds, what do you hope to see, Mr. Hughes?
I think what we're going to see for the inaugural race, we're going to see a lot of enthusiasm. We've got already over 30 pre-entered fuel altered cars, which is crazy. They're coming from all over the country. And I think this is going to turn into a destination race. You can pretty much rely on what the weather's going to be like. The weather's going to be good, a little chilly at night in November, which you're going to see a lot of flames out of with the nitro cars. And I think that the vibe, what we do here is we put on a party and usually a drag race breaks out. So I think when people show up, they're going to be amazed at what we've done to the facility itself, and the racers will really enjoy the track and the atmosphere.
You mentioned Tucson's kind of this hidden gem in Arizona overall, and I would say you've got a hidden gem of a racing facility from what I have seen here in Tucson Dragway. So do you hope something like fuel altered chaos will become something that can, well, elevate Tucson Dragway, put it on the map, and make it not just a place for fuel altered racers, but all racers to experience racing right here in Tucson?
I believe we will. I believe once the fuel altered chaos comes to town, it's really going to it's going to bring a lot of attention to the track, and it's going to bring a lot of racers that haven't been here before, and they're going to look at the track, like you said, as a gem itself, let alone how much there is to do in Tucson. So you bring your family, you plan your trip, and you plan it, and that's usually what makes a great event, is when mom and the kids, everybody's got something to do. But the biggest thing, when they come to the track and they're treated with respect, and they're treated the way I've always been wanted to be treated in my 48 years of racing, you know what a racer expects when they come through the gate. And we try to give them that hospitality, and we try to give them the respect, because we know they're spending a lot of money, and when they come here, we want this to feel like home to them.
Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altered from across the country. Go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Lunicia's Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung. Drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there.
Clean, check. Dry, check. Restore traction. Underway.
Hey, race fans, we've got A field and B field in the staging lanes. We're looking now for our C field. The A field, B field, and C field semifinals coming your way. C field, fuel altereds, I need you to the staging lanes now. Fuel altered C field to the staging lanes, please. Semifinal pairings in the C field, looking for Mr. Bradford, Mr. Leuenberg, Mr. Dale, and Mr. Taylor. Randy Bradford taking on Joe Leuenberg. Bradford with the lane choice. Sean Dale taking on Reed Taylor. Reed Taylor with the lane choice. C field, fuel altereds to staging.
Hey, listen up. Once again, we've got two cars in the spectator parking lot that are blocking other cars. The tow truck is on the way, so you need to get there before he does. One of them is a white Toyota that's got a Rhode Island plate, UN799. The other one is a blue GTO with an Arizona plate, CSB 2750. CSB 2750 on a blue GTO and UN799 on a white Toyota. That's Rhode Island tag on the Toyota. The tow truck is on the way. You need to get there before he does. So, Martine, for that perfect light in round number 1, you got a gift certificate coming. For a fluid damper, next time you're doing an engine build or doing an upgrade, we can save you some money. I mean, like $250 worth of money. Serious cash for that perfect light in round number 1. Just come see me. Hey, listen up, racers and fans alike. While it's reasonably quiet, just had a gentleman come up in the tower that lost a silver amulet, a small amulet. It doesn't have a whole lot of cash value, but it has a lot of sentimental value. If you happen to see something shiny on the ground, if you would drop it off at the ticket booth out front or bring it up to the tower, and we will reunite it. But again, if you just happen to see something shiny on the ground and it turns out to be a silver amulet, please either drop it off at the ticket booth or bring it up here and we will give it back to its owner. And as long as we're asking for things, if you find a briefcase full of hundreds, bring it to the tower. I didn't lose one, but I'll darn sure take it. And there's a $10 reward. If you find a briefcase full of hundreds, bring it up. There's a $10 reward.
Attention to the pits. Reed Taylor, Sean Dale, Randy Bradford. We are looking for you in the staging lanes right about now. Randy Bradford, Sean Dale, Reed Taylor. To the staging lanes now for your semifinal date in the C field of Fuel Altered Chaos. Next thing on the schedule for Chaos Nation is our championship awards banquet. It's going to take place the first weekend of February near Tulsa, Oklahoma at the Hard Rock Casino and Hotel. You can find the information about that on our social media outlets. Tickets will be available if you want to join in the celebration of our 2025 champions in Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. We will have a fancy ball up there and a great time celebrating our 2025 season. The 7th champion in Funny Car Chaos was crowned this year, that being Justin Herbst from North Platte, Nebraska, and also from over in the Show Me State around Rolla, the Nitro Chaos champion is John Umlauf. So we will be celebrating our top 10, handing out the payouts, some specialty awards, plus a whole lot of fun. That's coming up the first weekend in February at the Hard Rock Casino and Hotel, Catoosa, Oklahoma, right off the interstate there near on the east side of Tulsa. If you'd like to join us for that, we invite you to participate. Also, the season opener will be at Tulsa with Funny Car Chaos starting off the 2026 season. We will have the race there at Tulsa Raceway Park before we go to the Texas Motorplex for the Funny Car Chaos Classic, second weekend of April. So once again, the 2026 Chaos schedules have been released. You can get all that information on our social media outlets or at funnycarchaos.com. And, of course, the big news from the weekend, or at least the biggest news so far until we start getting some winners, is that the second annual Fuel Altered Chaos will be right here at Tucson Dragway, November 6th and 7th of 2026. Go ahead and get your Sharpie out and put that on the calendar so that you don't let anything get stacked on top of it. Sounds like we got fire in the pipes, and we're ready to go back to Super Pro Eliminations round number 1 here on Saturday afternoon. Going dragster versus dragster. Leroy Durant on the tower side, Kristen Slade on the right side. 0.03 of a second head start for the car on the right side. That is officially known as a smidge in the world of bracket racing. Slade with the 0.03 opportunity to go first on the handicap start. Arizona Drag Racing Association bringing pro action and super pro action, and a lot of cars showing up here for the action at the Fuel Altered Chaos inaugural. Dragster versus dragster. These drivers will be looking at that Christmas tree, getting everything set up. 4 bulbs will be on. Deep stage generally not allowed in bracket racing, at least on the super pro level. Kristen Slade, the end of the pre-stage, patiently waits. Both drivers with a green light start. First digit starts with a 0, so it's going to be tight at the stripe, and it is 5 flat on a 497 dial-in, 133 miles an hour, and a ticket to the next round for Leroy Durant. Kristen Slade goes 5:05 and comes in second in that pair.
Dave, apologies for the interruption, but I've got another one. A white Nissan Altima, Arizona plate, R as in Robert, 3207. White Nissan Altima, R 3207. You are blocking someone in the spectator lot and need to move the car, please.
Super Pro continues, this time with the extended cab S10 truck on the tower side of the racetrack. Dialed at 595. Dan Slade has got the dragster over on the right side of the center stripe. Performance projection of 511. 8400's head start for the pickup down the left side of the racetrack. Reaction times 1,000th of a second apart, and at the finish line, Slade comes around 5:14, 113 miles an hour, 3 over. It's a 4,000th breakout on the tower side of the racetrack in the pickup truck, 594 with a 6. Luis Ortiz, tower side with the dragster. Lines up next to the blue. My view is blocked over there. But the dial in 620 and 528. 9200's head start for the door car. Going down that American walk-in Coolers Lane. Gen 1 Chevrolet Camaro off the starting line with a green light. Reaction times close at the finish line. Put away line on the tower side for the dragster. 029 and 025. 6,000 difference on the starting line. 31, 3 over at 122 miles an hour, and a 13 over for the door car. Not going to be enough.
Rolling up next, going to be Faustino. Zaragoza in the left side. Kevin Spaney in the right. Not a whole lot of handicap here. 5 hundo. Difference when the tree comes down. Head start, as slight as it is going to go to the Little Vega. But the truck is going to be right there alongside all the way down to the stripe. Both drivers get away on the green. The truck has got his work cut out for him. Ouch. Dead 4, not good enough. Faustino had a reaction advantage by about 0.07 of a second. And he ends up taking it to the house. 52 on a 47, gets there in front of dead 6. Rodney Ward now on the left side. Joe Kidd in the right. Every time I see Ward's truck, I like it even better. That thing is really sweet. Everything about it. Classic Chevrolet. What's that vintage? Got to be about 64, 5, somewhere in there. You think it's a 4? All right, I'm going with Dave. He thinks it's a 4. I think that's a Pontiac GTO over on the right side, and I'd be right about that. I know because I've seen that car before. Saw the handicap dial-in, saw the Pontiac move first, saw the truck on the chase. You see the wind light for the truck. Hey, you know what they say, right? There's something about a truck. Joe Kidd breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Rodney Ward breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Painful. Painful. I mean, if you're the guy that comes out 2 thou on the wrong side of that, if you're the guy that came out on the right side of it, it's like, you know, dancing in the streets. Troy Henderson now, that was a massive burnout. I don't think even Kurt Johnson ever did a burnout that big in that car. Not even breaking in new tires. The AC Delco Cavalier, Tony Pesquero over on the right side. Tony's been racing here in Tucson for many a year. All the way back to the old drag strip. And even maybe a little in between somewhere here and there. Got the classic Camaro. We've got the Pro Stock Chevy Cavalier. We've got a handicap, almost exactly 1 second. 2 bulbs on the tree. And Tony's going to go first, at least. He better. Oh, red light start. Well, 0.04 in a second. 004 red and then dead on 7. Tony goes 15 on the 10, but he had that one 1 as soon as he moved. Saw the red light on the left side, saw the wind light in the right side. Skata with an easy ride. Couple of UFDs, unidentified fast drivers coming at you now. Camaro on the left side and the Beeve. 440 Dodge over there on the right side, taking a small head start. I call that a small head start. Wouldn't you call that a small head start? That's what I was thinking. At the finish line, we have a winner. 674 on the 673. That'll make it work. 97 on the 94 would not work. The Camaro gets the W. And as somebody famous once said in an old movie, we'll be back. Here comes Paul Orton in the Vega. Taking on the Fuel Factory Dragster. The classic BBC RED. Dialed in at 506. The Vegas says he's going to go 617. I'm just doing the math in my head, but I got that at 1-1-1. A 3 aces head start. Going to the Vega. And we'll find out if 3 aces is going to be enough. Or if the dragster could drop a trump card on him down at the other end. James Bond Red. The dragster leaves too soon. Paul Warden gets the automatic win. 615 on the 617. Yes, that normally would have been a breakout, but it's first or worst, and the red light is considered a deeper infraction than a breakout. So the race decided on a Christmas tree. We're going to have another dragster versus door car matchup. This time, the handicap is 101 instead of 111. I have a Mustang that I have not had an identity on all weekend. I think the guy's in the witness protection program. Don't tell anybody. It says Thumper. I don't know if that's the car's name or the driver's name. Or if he's got a pet kangaroo. Thumper would be a good name for a kangaroo, don't you think? There's the 101 head start. Here comes the dragster. No, the Mustang runs dead at 9. How about this? He predicted 6:39. His reaction time was 0:39. He ran 6:39 with a 9. And that is a minimum use of digits down there. And that was more than the dragster could deal with. The dragster was 5:44 on the 5:38. Had a little bit of an advantage on the reaction timer, but not enough to overcome the dead on 9. 39, 39, 39. Add that up, and it's carry the 8. Divided by 7. 2,615,942.6. I think I got the decimal in the right place. Meanwhile, here comes Kurt Zenzaletta and Tim O'More. Pretty easy to tell these guys apart. Kurt's got a Roadrunner and Tim's got a dragster. Handicap less than a second. The Roadrunner dialed in 585 for a door car. I mean, for a full-body door car, that's pretty serious performance number. And at the finish line, taking care of business, 503 on the 007, taking 008 for Tim O'More. Had a 007 reaction time, got there first by 008. Zenzanella runs 86 on an 85, which ain't bad. Had a 23 reaction, which ain't bad. But it's the right place, the right time kind of sport. And on that run, ain't bad plus ain't bad adds up to ain't good enough. And I think we got gassers coming out. And right behind gassers, we're going right back into fuel altereds. I know a couple minutes late we had that delay down there for the cleanup on the racetrack. That'll bring up the orange Anglia. I went down and identified it this morning. I said, I'd like to see your registration, please. The Bad Obsession. What do you think, race fans, huh? That doesn't look like a bad obsession. That looks like a fun obsession. Oh, man, I got to get me one of them. Anybody got one of them laying around you want to get rid of? Give me a call. We can make a deal. I'll trade you for some shop equipment like a golden tea machine and a slot machine. Oh, no way I'm giving up the beer chiller. No. I have the coldest beer in town. I'm going to keep it that way. Even for an Anglia, I didn't think I'd give that up. Hey, if you're going to be a gasser, you got to do big burnouts. And dry hops. I don't know how many people are here old enough to remember when nitro cars used to do dry hops, but I can tell you a couple of them that are. John Lundberg, Glenn Mikers is down there on the starting line. Been working on and or driving nitro cars for a long time. Long time. Bruce Boardsman. Did you see when he hit the gas on that thing? You see when he hit the gas on that thing? That thing was wobbling the front wheels out to about 150 feet. Goes 961 at 139 miles per hour. And he will advance to race the winner of this pair later on in the day. That's Mr. Twister to you. The 1952 Gasser. And over on the right side, Janice Girugi with a small block, supercharged, beautiful 55, Bel Air. Both drivers off and away. Looks like Mr. Twister is taking care of business out there. Mr. Twister taking it to the house, 1034. 127 miles an hour. Dennis trucks on down there to a 1052 at 129, just not quite enough. We got the spray buggy out there on the racetrack, putting down a little liquid traction compound. Sticky stuff, like spraying super glue. And that means we're getting ready for round number 2, also known as the semifinals of the Fuel Altered here at Fuel Altered Chaos. First time ever anywhere. Doing it right here in Tucson, and we'll turn the microphone back over to Dave, because Dave is the, let's see, I can't say Captain Chaos, that's Kenny Koretsky. I don't know, Colonel Chaos maybe, or,
Well, for this weekend, I'll be your voice in the chaos.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, Nitro Funny Cars, Fuel Altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels. McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis parts supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuel. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Check out Twisted Shifters for the largest selection of made-in-the-USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the chaos.
Fuel altered, qualified well in the A field, running a couple of 394s this weekend. And we are happy to celebrate his ongoing legacy in the world of racing. I tell you, he has already put that car in the winner's circle at Bakersfield. He didn't happen to be driving it, but he certainly had an awful lot to do with that car making it to the winner's circle. I did see that the Plan A car is now for sale, so I'm not sure what Johnny West has got in his immediate future plans for racing, but I bet it's going to be something fun that we all want to hear about and find out about in the very near future. For those of you that are here on the property, we have got the broadcast coming over the FM radio, KTCD FM 103.1 on your FM dial, broadcasting from the Tower of Power. And we are happy to have that coming to you wherever you may sit within range of our low power transmitter. Track staff is putting the finishing touches on the track preparations, and our A field fuel alters just about ready to light them up. Great friends, great fans, making new friends here at Tucson Dragway. I hope you've discovered there are a lot of cool people that also like fuel alters. That has been one of those things that Arizona has been known for. Of course, we talked about it at length at the old Tucson Dragway, where the fuel altered nationals was a thing for quite some time. Some of the best racing, some of the wildest nights, and some of the quickest, fastest times in the world of fuel altered racing took place at this town, at the old track just a ways north of here. And of course, being able to bring fuel altereds back to the state of Arizona and to the world of American drag racing. It's also a world that crosses borders and crosses oceans. As we got a driver here from Australia, we've got a team here from Sweden, going along with our Arizona racers and teams from 12 other states. So it has been a great time already, and we are looking forward to finding out who's going to be in the final rounds of our Fuel Altered Chaos inaugural event. Don't know if you've had a chance to see them anywhere, but I can tell you that Katie Butera of Apple Girl Art has put together some really cool trophies for those who win this inaugural event. When Katie puts something together, it's one of a kind. There'll never be another unless she puts it together exactly like that, and chances are, for the sharp eye, there is no such thing as a carbon copy. So thanks to Katie Butera. I've seen her main man, Jake Sanders, out here. Of course, he's an accomplished professional in tuning nitro cars, and he is becoming in bigger and bigger demand as he continues to show the way for people who want to get the nitro bug and go racing quicker and faster and louder. What a weekend at Tucson Dragway. I'm telling you what, we can hardly wait for the first pair to come to life, and it's going to be Jimmy Kelso and Mike Hallstatt. Arizona versus California. Every car that made the A field, fuel injected, supercharged, nitro burning Hemi, representing the home state. The only one left in the A field from Arizona, Jimmy Kelso. He's on the tower side of the speed sport car and looking to the right side. Mike Hallstatt from Riverside, California. In the first round of elimination, Hallstatt was in a pedal fest with the Showtime car of Donnie Massey. Wound up getting the win, coasting across the finish line with a 460 elapsed time. Donnie Massey's really coasting 475. That put the California car into the second round. On the tower side, the Speed Sport car from right here put a 394 on the board at 193 miles an hour to take the measure of the Sheepherder car. Kyle Huff's #1 car with had low ET at the time, qualifying at a 381 at 202 miles an hour. But the car lost traction, and that was all it took, as Jimmy Kelso was at the ready and took full advantage of that and rockets into the semifinal. So there is a spot open in the final for only one of these two cars. Let's see who is going to get that spot and have the opportunity to take home that Apple Girl Art Trophy and become the only person that can ever say they won the first Fuel Altered Chaos. Both drivers into the pre-stage. You'll hear the change in the sound. So the Speed Sport car down the middle is going to advance to the final as something goes wrong for the California car, Mike Hallstatt's car, with a serious case of premature acceleration left before the tree activated, so no time recorded. Jimmy Kelso was right there at the starting line going, hey, I'd like to go, and he does. 412, 147.56 miles an hour. An unconventional way to get to the final round, but the part that's not unconventional, he got to the finish line with the win light. So into the final round, the Arizona team, Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport Fuel Altered, makes sure there's an Arizona car in the A field final. So they will check the racing surface. We will take a quick glance at the top end of the racetrack, and once we get the all clear from the staff up on that end of the racetrack, we will bring up our next car. Now here's an interesting scenario. When you wish to advance to the next round, you do have to take a win light. That means you have to get the car started, you have to stage it, you have to take a green light. As soon as that happens, if there's nobody in the other lane, that win light will flash. The racers have the option of taking the car down the racetrack, or they can simply take the green light, the win light will come on. We'll see what Lyle Greenberg chooses to do, but he can do either. But either way, it's going to be Lyle Greenberg in the final round, representing Team Land of Enchantment, taking on Jimmy Kelso, taking on Team Arizona. B field semifinals coming up right after this run by the Cone Hunter. We have the all clear from the race director and the Cone Hunter. Nitro Hemi, fired up and ready. Spent a lot of time burning nitro, not only burning nitro with this fuel altered, but also in funny car competition. He's also got a funny car chaos win driving the Nitro Chevy of that team out of Alamogordo, New Mexico, that is in the D field final. So when he drives around the water, that tells you what you can expect. He's going to stage the car up. He will take the green light light, you can look at the scoreboard and the win light will come on. So there's your win. And Lyle will lean it out. And it will come to rest. They will push it off this end of the racetrack. And we have our final round set. Kelso versus Greenberg. The first ever final round in CP Carrillo A field fuel altered chaos. Should be an epic matchup as you have got two of the quicker, faster cars squaring off. In fact, the low ET car, the one you see, the orange machine there that just took the win light, got the low ET of the event. They're going to be in the final round. Now, since they opted to do that, lane choice goes to Kelso. So the Speed Sport car will have lane choice going into the final round. When you start to weigh your options on whether you take the tree or whether you make a run to go for lane choice, kind of depends upon whether you think lane choice is going to be a big deal or not when it comes to the final round. So Lyle Greenberg opts to give up lane choice. He's in the final round against Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport car. So Arizona and New Mexico, a pair of states that are side by side on the map. And when we come back for the final round of Fuel Altered Chaos in our CP Carrillo A field, that's coming your way about an hour to an hour and a half. We'll see them coming up here. Don't forget, race fans, the Jet Dragster is going to be coming up after this semifinal round of all three classes. We'll move next into our Western Differential B field. As the semifinalists are prepared to do battle, we'll hear them firing up their cars in just a few moments. In the top half, it's going to be the Rust Bucket from Flagstaff, Arizona, Mitch Bowen, taking on the nitro-burning car. Kevin Knowles behind the wheel. The Nissan Knowles machine really put up a sterling run there and has lane choice. Most folks with lane choice have been choosing that left side lane, but Kevin Knowles did not have lane choice and had no problem going 3.85 seconds at 178 miles an hour down that right side lane. So they certainly weren't worried about that right side lane. There's going to be Bowen versus Knowles in the top half of the Western Differential B field. In the bottom half, it's going to be Kurt Duckworth taking on James Gilliland. That will be the first pair that you see. It's going to be an interesting match here as you've got the methanol fuel car from West Virginia, the Complete Chaos car, with lane choice and selecting the tower side. And the nitro car. Oh yeah, coming out swinging. Complete Chaos. Weirton, West Virginia, the Duckworth clan. Put a 3-second elapsed time on the board in their first round matchup against the Rat Poison car of Dan Pedinato, a 396 at 178 miles an hour. Their best run of the weekend. They qualified at 401, and they dropped 500s off of that in the first round of elimination. So they come in with lane choice. They take the left lane, and they put the nitro car on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in three-less lane. James Gilliland qualified at a 402, had lane choice and took the win with a 403 at 193 miles an hour. Put up a good run in that nitro-burning Psycho 2 machine. 23 Ford T-Bucket on the right side and the Fiat Topolino on the tower side. Good looking, good running race cars, both with 3-second potential. One of them has been under 3 seconds, under 4 seconds this weekend. In fact, that's the car on the tower side, so it comes in as the favorite with lane choice. However, we don't race them on paper. We are ready to go. Nitro versus methanol fuel altered. And the Psycho 2 is out front, but not long enough. The win light goes to the Complete Chaos, and it is a side-by-side 3-second pass. 398 beats 398. That means that the margin of victory was extremely tight, 0.02 of a second at the finish line. You could see they had no trouble with that right side lane in the Psycho 2 with their setup, but it was an 07 light on the left to an 09 light on the right. And Complete Chaos, all the way from West Virginia, claims the first open spot in the Western Differential B field. Heck of a match.
last chance. The tow truck went and moved one of them, and as soon as he drops it off, he's going to go get the other two. That white Toyota that's got Rhode Island plates and the blue GTO with Arizona plates. They said we sent the tow truck over. He moved one of them. As soon as he drops that one off, he's going to go get either yours or the other. So if that's yours, white Toyota UN789 Rhode Island tag or blue GTO Arizona tag CSB 2750. I hope you beat the tow truck.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuel. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, top fuel Harleys, nitro funny cars, fuel altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while pouring horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
supporter of Tucson Dragway and Fuel Ultra Chaos. For all your driveline component needs and service, 520-327-1747, or check their website, westerndiff.com. Thanks to them for all their support, helping to make this weekend so spectacular. You can already see those header flames from the Nitro car on the right side of the racetrack in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. That is Kevin Knowles. Kevin comes into this race with lane choice. He's the only guy with lane choice so far, I think, that we've seen take the right lane. And after making a run down that lane, his quickest, fastest run of the weekend in the first round, I can't argue with his logic. 385 with a 6. Had that been run yesterday, that Nitro burner would have been squarely in the middle of the A field. They'll take it where they are. Nitro car on the right side. First time down the racetrack in eliminations yesterday, or today. Had a 385 victory over Vince Carsetter's 410. Mitch Bowen put a 424 on the board in the rust bucket, taking out the Nitro rat that did a full track burnout, basically, not intended to. That was supposed to be tragic. Well, another case of the car launching before it was intended. So Kevin Knowles leaves before the tree activates. So that's going to put Mitch Bowen into the final round. No? Okay. All right, so we did get a clarification that tree malfunctioned, and so they will sort that out. So Knowles and Bowen with a rerun coming after the tree malfunction. Hate to see that happen to anybody. So the rust bucket car is pushed back. The Nitro car, Neeson Knowles, already at the finish line. Suddenly the car launched down the racetrack with a tree malfunction, so something goes wrong. And so we're not quite settled yet on who's going to be in the final round of our Western Differential B field.
They were both staged. They were both staged. And this guy just took off. So I don't know why they apparently left before the tree.
All right, so the race team will sort that deal out and see what we're going to do about that B field final. Next up, we have got the Driven Racing Oil C field semifinals. It's going to be Randy Bradford and Joe Lundberg, and Sean Dale and Reed Taylor. Those are your pairings in the C field. All right, sorting out the situation on the starting line with the Christmas tree so that that hopefully doesn't happen again. Next up, we will move to our semifinal action in our C field. Then we'll go with the jet car, a Sportsman Racers ADRA Tri-5 shootout. Gassers, you'll be on deck coming up very shortly. All right, we are good to go. It is time to light up our next pair as we move to our C field. Randy Bradford on the tower side of the racetrack and Joe Lundberg on the right side. The street side. Bradford ran 4:12 at 184 miles an hour in the first round win over the carbon copy of Greg Holman. That got him lane choice as Joe Lundberg ran 4:38 at 164 in a victory over Phil Flower. So Bradford selects that left side lane. Methanol fueled car is going to be going down the right side. So will it be Washington or Sweden in the final round of our C field? The Raw Valley car, based in Southern California when they're stateside. That team all the way from Sweden. Hot stuff, left side, in the stage position. Raw Valley stage, green light racers. They're cooking down the racetrack at the finish line. Put the wind light on the right side. The Raw Valley big block Chevy from Sweden goes 443, takes out the 456 of the hot stuff of Randy Bradford. So the wind light, this is going to be an international affair in the C field as we have got the team out of Sweden into the final round of the inaugural fuel-altered chaos. They left the starting line almost at the exact same nanosecond, 6,000ths difference at the tree. But a wind light comes to the big block Chevy with the methanol fuel, gets there just ahead of the nitro burner, the Bradford's hot stuff. So into the final round in the top half, that's going to be Joe Lundberg waiting to take on the winner between Arizona racer Sean Dale and Nevada racer Reed Taylor. They'll be your next pair. They'll be coming to life here in just a second. How about it, race fans? That's some great side-by-side action. Show them some love. Final pair, second round, fuel-altered chaos. Sean Dale and Reed Taylor bringing their beasts to life. Sean Dale, in the shaky situation, put a 417 on the board to take out Sheldon Lofgren, who had an unfortunate encounter. Sean's on the right side, on the left side. On the right side is Reed Taylor. The Nevada racer with the crazy T put a 410 on the board. That gives him lane choice. He takes the right side lane. So we have now seen more than one person with lane choice take the right lane. Of course, we have also not been seeing some of those problems that it appeared there were with the right lane, but certainly the Nissan Knowles car eliminated any doubt that the right lane would hold a 3.8 second run as they came right out and just did it. Didn't ask for permission, they just did it. All right, so we've got one finalist in the C field from Sweden, and we're going to either have Arizona or Nevada. Who you got? On the scoreboard, you see the index, 402. That is Sandbag Insurance. That's 2/10 quicker than the number one qualifier in the C field. So these teams bring their cars up to the starting line. By the way, there's no index in the final round of any class in Chaos Racing. It is heads up. So who's going to be there to take on the Wall Valley car? This has got all kinds of... Yes, indeed, right down the racetrack. The wind light on the right side of the racetrack. So Reed Taylor choosing that right side works to his advantage. He goes 413 at 178.8 miles an hour to take out a 434 on the left side for Sean Dale. And so it'll be Nevada versus Sweden in the C field final. All right, race fans, if I were you, I wouldn't go anywhere because we got a jet dragster coming up, and it is hot. And it is fast, and it is exciting, and you're going to love it. Go ahead and get yourself situated. Don't go anywhere. The Wicked Sensation.
Did you ever hear who won that race with the guy leaving before the tree and the other guy not moving? I can't.
Scott Arriaga, your jet dragster pilot. Was watching it last night, gave a description of what you can expect. I know some of you were here last night and you saw the amazing performance from this Wicked Sensation. So you got the chance to see it once last night. If you weren't here, man, I'm telling you, you are in for a treat as this car is fast. Big jet engine on the back sits behind the driver. You've got he's got the toggle switches on the steering wheel. The crew will hook up the aircraft starter. They will spin it over and get that jet engine going. You'll be able to tell very quickly when that's happening. You'll hear that sound of the jet engine, that whistle. As the crew heads down the racetrack, that's when the light show starts. You'll see the flames, you'll see the smoke, you'll hear the burner pops. We'll have to do some redecorating in the tower as everything on the wall and back on the shelves from last night will probably come falling down again. But as they go down, as he goes down the racetrack with the candle lit, you'll see exactly what I mean when you see that candle lit and the flames coming out of the back of the jet dragster. Last night put a number on the board that was absolutely incredible. 293 miles an hour, 0 to 293 miles an hour in 1,320 feet. So the show continues. Every pair down the racetrack, every single down the racetrack. Bringing you the Fuel Altered Chaos inaugural event, second annual, already on the schedule, November 6th and 7th, 2026. And hardly we wait to be back at Tucson Dragway to take that event in. We are getting close to going under the lights, but I tell you, when you get a chance to see a jet dragster, under the lights is all right. In fact, when they make their second run, we'll be under the lights. But just here before the sun completely goes down, you're going to get a chance to see the candle lit and experience that at another level. See, I told you whenever they started up, you'd be able to tell right off. You heard that, right? All right, here we go. Spraying a whole lot of water behind that car. You'll see why in just a minute. So the cable from the starter loaded up into the back of the pickup. The chase crew, they will head down the racetrack to wait for that nearly 300 mile per hour arrival of Scott Arriaga, the driver of the Wicked Sensation jet dragster. All right, are you ready for some jet car action? Let me hear you say, yeah! Chase crew just about ready to head out. And I observed last night, it didn't take long for the fire show to start. So when that pickup truck starts heading down the racetrack, I keep my eye on the starting line with the jet car. Oh, okay, so they are working on the tailgate. Well, stuff happens, and this will be a brief delay, I'm rather sure. Nothing like a wrench in the works every once in a while to keep everybody honest. All right. Another one of those unexpected things that will happen at the racetrack that they have improvised and adapted. Taking a few words from Heartbreak Ridge there. You adjust, you improvise, you adapt. They have done that. Okay, on the way down the racetrack, take a look at the Wicked Sensation Jet Dragster. Here comes your smoke and fire show. It's going to get hot in here. It's going to get loud in here. And it's going to get exciting in here. It's been exciting all day, but the Jet Dragsters bring their own special brand of magic to a drag strip. That's why we love to see them. Those of us that have seen them for a long time always enjoy this spectacle. I'm going to step out and just let you enjoy the ride. Wicked Sensation, Tucson Tower. You'll go for launch. Talking about that candle-lit 617, 286 miles an hour. What about that, race fans? Got to tell you, you're going to be smiling for at least the next couple of hours, if nothing else, just for that. The Jet Dragsters are Wicked Sensation. When they come back, be sure and show them some love as they bring it back on the return road. Hey, it is time for some more racing action. I am looking for my pro category racers in lanes 3 and 4. Tri-5 shootout lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 5 and 6. And Gassers lanes 7 and 8. Sportsman class racers, bring them to the staging lanes, please. Pro lanes 3 and 4. Tri-5s 1 and 2. Super Pro 5 and 6. And Gassers lanes 7 and 8. All right, race fans, stay tuned. We will keep you posted on what's coming next. We've got final rounds. We've got one rerun to do, but we've got final rounds in 4 fuel-altered categories, plus a lot of great cars about to take the track and continue their eliminations here at the inaugural fuel-altered chaos at Tucson Dragway. Hang out, have something good to eat, something cold to drink. Go by and check these cars that are getting ready for the final. We'll see you back for the final rounds in about an hour, hour and a half.
Behind John Umlauf with the win, 365 knots.
John Umlauf, you are no stranger to winning, but a championship at a high level in Nitro Chaos and getting it done early with Cody Austin losing in the semis, you winning. Congratulations.
Awesome, hey. All the glory and praise goes to God. Next is my family, my crew. It's without them, it would never happen. Big shout out to Alex Conway for helping us keep this with pieces and parts to keep it going.
John, last year, 2024, this event, it was the cap of a charge that got you into second place in the points of Nitro Chaos. And you continued that charge right into 2025. What turned this program around with this hot rod in particular for you to go on and win the championship here in 2025?
Oh, well, it's hard work from the crew. My son tunes it. I mean, and
You've got a driver's license test. Young lady that is stepping up, upgrading her license into that Cool little front-motored car. She was out here on Thursday, made a couple of runs. Coming out here to take another crack. Heads up down there, guys. You're standing right in the middle of the road. Anytime you make a performance move in classes, you got to go out and make some slower runs and then pick up the pace until you make representative runs in order to get licensed. I mean, think about it. If you're the competitor in the other lane, do you want to go up against somebody in a 150 or 60 or 200 mile an hour car that's still learning how to do it? Hobby car setter. I believe 17 years old. When I was 17 years old, I didn't have a car like that. When I was 17 years old, I didn't have a car that would run. Had one with a busted transmission. Had one that needed 3 quarts of oil every 2 blocks. I didn't have a car like that. And again, working on the license procedure, you just start with easy and moderate passes, and Aubrey getting the feel of it. 1047, 132 miles an hour. She works her way up and works her way toward the official license. All right, as soon as we get cars in the staging lanes, locked and loaded, come right back at you.
We get help from Scott Shear, Pete Dove. I mean, I can't mention them all. I can't think of all of them at once, but it's just a conglomeration of a bunch of people. And my wife not giving up on me for spending all the, getting it done. I mean, you can't do it by yourself.
John Umlauf, your DMP Awnings 2025 Nitro Chaos champion. He is looking for yet one more win light to make it all so sweet. Add the cherry on top of an event win and a championship here at Mid-State Dragway.
Got to pick up the win.
Winner's Lane here at Mid-State Dragway. And John Umlauf is, yes, the winner, but he is the champion. You get the proverbial cherry on top here at the last race in 2025.
I don't know what to say. I mean, this is what we come here to do. Hard work from the crew. My wife putting up with me to let me do it. Chris and Tara for putting it on so we can do it. Alex Conway for parts. The same old people I got to thank. I mean, not old people. Trick Tools, Bruce Van Zant. Trick Tools helps us out. It's just dream come true. That's all I can say.
John, congratulations. What a great year. What a great race. You are the winner here, and you are the champion in Nitro Chaos.
Thank you.
Brian Coleman needs to add Nitro Chaos two-time winner on that t-shirt. Brian Coleman with truly the unique piece, getting it done here at Mid-State Dragway. You win another one in the CP Carrillo B field of Nitro Chaos. Congratulations, Brian.
Thank you. It's hard to imagine we did 2 in a row. That's pretty cool.
Yes, you did. Now, the excitement wasn't in your lane, though. It was in Andy Fangman's lane. What did you see of Andy's wild ride down 660 feet?
Well, the real excitement started on Friday night when we were qualifying and a fitting broke on the Bruno, spraying transmission fluid at 150 pounds under the tire, and we actually put the car on the left front wheel. It was on one wheel in the air going for the wall, and we steered it off, and we bring it back and we go run Andy, and he definitely has the faster car. He's a great guy, great competitor, and we take off and we're going down the track, and he's out in front of me, and all of a sudden I see him go sideways, and I see him having trouble, and I hit the brakes, and I tried to keep him in front of me, and also he made a violent move to the left, and he was coming over into my lane, and I was on the brakes. And seeing him come over, I knew we were going to get tangled up. There just wasn't any room, and there was no way around this thing. So as a driver, you just have to drive the car and do what you got to do. And I moved it over to the left into the marbles, and I stabbed the gas, and I drove around him, and it really prevented a really bad situation. I think he, from the mark and the paint removed on my trailer hitch, I think he hit the trailer hitch on the back of the car, because my car kind of wiggled around a little bit. And once I knew I was around him, I kept looking in the rear view mirror, because we drive this car on the street and we tow a trailer. It's got a trailer hitch, it's got a rear view mirror. I kept watching the rear view mirror, and I'm watching him to see where he's on the track, because wherever he stops, I'm stopping, and I'm getting the car out of the car and running to him. I worked on an ambulance and all that stuff, so if he's in trouble, I can help him out. But I kept watching, and he's following me, and I don't know if he's unconscious or okay or what's happening. And when we fortunately he was okay, and we turned off at the end of the track. And when I turned off, I was out of my belts and out of that car as fast as I possibly could, because I saw out of the corner of my eye he was close. And I ran up to his car. I was the first one there, and asked him if he was okay, and he was fine. And it was kind of had a moment there. We both have families to go back home to, and we're able to do that even after that incident, and that's all that matters, and that was, that meant a lot.
Brian Coleman in a wild final, and his wild hot rod is yet again a winner in Nitro Chaos.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Gentleman that has a jewelry business in British Columbia, Glenn Braid, his Diamonds and Design Jewelry. They have donated some very nice pieces that will be awarded to your A field, B field, and C field winners. He announced that at the driver meeting yesterday, and brought those items out. Really some stunning pieces of jewelry. So Glenn, thank you for your attendance at the race, and thank you for your generous contribution to our Fuel Altered Chaos winners.
Hey, Paul, did you do one for Chris? Yes, I did. Okay.
And we got Pro Bracket. Coming back at you, the Miracle Car Wash Machine against the Beeve. See the dial-ins displayed down on the scoreboard. Even I can do that math. When one's 1010, one's 1098, all you got to do is minus 10 from 98 and come up with, carry the 4, plus 3, yeah. 88.88. Simple as that. Last round, they were given the opportunity to buy back for somebody that was not fortunate enough, not skilled enough, not lucky enough to advance the next round. This time you get beat, you're done. If you turn on the red light, you're done. The Miracle Machine turned to red, and for the Beeve, it's a Miracle. No, the Miracle's in the other lane. 1092 on the 1098, 122 the speed. Turned to green, that's all he needed for the win. And now it's going to be spoiled rotten. I said yesterday, if you're going to be spoiled, it might as well be rotten. Who wants to be spoiled halfway rotten? I mean, who wants to be spoiled fresh? That doesn't make any sense. No sense at all. A little bigger handicap this time between the two Mustangs, the first gen and the Fox Body. Arguably the most populous generation, because those Fox Bodies, they made those things for a long time. This time they both get away on a green. Here the gear changes as the two ponies. And around the clubhouse turn, coming down to the stripe, sticks a nose out in front. It's going to be 1027. On the 1021, call that a winner. The spoiled rotten got there first and broke out doing it. Had a little room, but ran one hun too quick. This time the handicap is going to be almost 3 full seconds. And it's going to be the Fairmont wagon leaving first. Well, the Fairmonts came up nose to tail. I still want to get a side-by-side Fairmont photo. I think they're avoiding each other. Is there some kind of like brotherhood of Fairmonts? Fairmont fraternity, that's better. That's better than a brotherhood. Yes, the Fairmont fraternity. We don't pick going to be off and running. And the Fairmont on the chase. We had the Fairmont wagon, now we got the Fairmont 4-door. It does have shaved door handles on the back. Does that make it a 2-door? I don't think so. I don't think so. By the way, did you see the 3-minute commercial for the Dukes of Hazzard boys getting a new car? That was pretty funny. There goes the Duster. I could have told the whole story before we got the green light down there for the Fairmont. Just like last time, great big handicap, just like last time, closing in at a hurry, just like last time, for the win, dead 2. for the Fairmont. Woo. Well, we haven't had anybody dead zero yet, but dead 2 for the win. Better on the reaction timer as well. Got a pretty good chunk down there at the stripe, but it all worked out. And now we got 2 more. Apparently the blue cars decided to pick on each other this time. Wolcott the Corvette. And a little dart, looks like a dart swinger. Remember those things? Little bumblebee stripe around the tail. Handicap is just a little bit more than a bulb. And we're going to send the Dodge, and we're going to send the Corvette. There goes the Dodge. Oh, and a red light for the Corvette. Looks like he rolled the beam a little bit down there. We're waiting for the countdown to come down on the tree. My little dart was going to be pretty hard to guard. 12 on the reaction timer down here, 11:46 down the track, 115 the speed, 84 on an 80 for the Corvette, but initiated to run. Before the green light, come on, you cannot initiate before green. Please do not initiate sequence before the green. Nova down on the right side, Camaro on the left. 69 model Camaro, early 70s Nova. About a half a bulb the handicap, about that much the handicap as a matter of fact. Nova dialed in at 11 flat, trying to hold on. The Camaro pulling up alongside. I can see you. It's going to be a 1164 for the win on the 1163. 1103 on the 11 flat, comes up on the right side. Reaction advantage by a Hundo went to the right. Margin of victory, 8 thousandths of a second, 008. And the Camaro gets the nod. Oh, pickup violence. Here we go. Here we go. The Mammoth Towing Ranger against the green machine. .11. That's going to be the handicap. Here's the Ranger. Here's the S10. Come and get you some. Somebody's coming back. Somebody's going to be kicking the tailgate in disgust. It's going to be a double breakout. The S10 is under by 3 Hun. The Ranger is under by, well, half an hour. 3 Hun is better than half an hour. At least it is in this case. Ooh, how about a little Corvette violence? That's Regan Wolcott. Trying to do what her husband couldn't do, and that is advance to the next round. It was, if I recall correctly, he turned it red a minute ago. A 2-second head start to the right lane. So Regan's going to have to be very patient as well. Patience. Patience. No! Not enough patience. 6 thousandths of a second. The red light's on. The orange Corvette is gone. And the Wolcott's not a very good day at the office down here. So the right line taking care of business, 1279. On the 1280. Ooh, just missed that dead zero. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. A $250 gift certificate. And just like that, we got 2 more coming at you. The fastback Mustang. Going to give up a little bit of a head start. Trans Am over right in lane, in, set, ready. Ouch. 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 The Trans Am was supposed to leave first. Oh, let the smoke out. No, don't let the smoke out. Looks like the Mustang might be going home with a loose ticket and a broken car, because no question about it, when he went past the finish line, took the foot off the gas and let the smoke out down there. Race cars operate on the same principle as high-end electronics. You have to keep the smoke inside. You've ever turned on like an amplifier or a computer and the smoke starts coming out? That's bad. It's exactly the same way with a race car. Don't let the smoke out. Anyway, the Trans Am was supposed to leave first, did not move when the light came on. And then the Mustang goes red by 17 thou. When you read 17 thou, that hurts. When you realize that your opponent's reaction time started with an 8, that's excruciating. And then when you let the smoke out at the finish line, that just wants you to go down to the ET slip booth down there and pound your head against the wall for about a half an hour. I do not recommend that, but that's what it'll feel like doing. Waiting for word from the top end if we're going to have any slickery stuff down there that needs to be cleaned up, or if it was. Please, oh great God of drag racing, let it just be smoke. Well, there was a whole lot of smoke. I'm eavesdropping on the radio behind me. Well, it was looking a little cloudy and gray there for a minute, and then the sun like dipped in between the clouds in the Tucson Mountains over there, so we got a few more minutes of sunlight anyway. I'll take all I can get at this point. It's looking kind of dark and not very friendly out in front of us out there, but my phone says don't worry. Matter of fact, it does look like my grass is getting watered right now. I'm sorry. I mean, let's be honest. Looks like my weeds are getting watered right now. But looking at what I'm looking at, looks like everything's north of us, and that's good. That's good. North of us is better. And signal goes out, fire the next pair. They did a thorough inspection down there in the shutdown area. The smoke was definitely past the racing quarter mile, but you know what? If you're going 120 or 30 or 40 or 80 or... You want to make sure you got a clean, dry place to stop, just like you want to make sure you got a clean, dry place to race. So the two classic Chevys, same vintage, late 60s. Rolling in here now. The handicap head start is going to be a full Christmas tree. And the mustard yellow car will be off and running first. Who did it? Colonel Mustard on the drag strip with a Nova. Guilty. No, another red light. Oh, 03 R-E-D. When your car's mustard color and you spill ketchup on it, that's not good. Now what? So we got a solo shot coming up, and then we'll keep moving on. We're hoping to get that fuel altered rerun back as quickly as possible so we can have all of our brackets advance to the final. All right, I think everything's good to go. As the 67 Camaro rolls up. For the left lane solo. .1184, 85 miles an hour. Quite obviously off the throttle before the finish line. Well, race fans, I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is there will not be a rerun. Competitor had a problem with a car they were unable to repair. So the bad news is we don't get to see that extra fuel altered run, but the other side of the good news is that means we are down to the finals now in all of our categories, so they should run as scheduled. I hate to see that happen, but I got to tell you, I think it would be worse if we made a rerun, had a broken car, and ended up with a single in the final, because that would be no fun at all. So our finals are now all on track to run in order. A little bit later on in the evening, got another driver's license run coming up now. And apparently, as they were getting ready to stage, somebody called from the far end of the racetrack and said, yeah, hold up a second, we got something down here we got to take care of. So, please stand by. Your broadcast will resume shortly. Please stand by. Well, apparently whatever the issue was easily resolved, and we move out of standby and into live action mode. All right, it's up to you. Easy does it. That thing's pretty peppy. Again, just working on moderate runs, taking it down to the 330-foot mark and clicking it off. If they get a chance to come back and try it again later. I believe they'll be ready to go down to the 8th. 1071. Shutting off at 300 feet. That thing's fast. I know, not exactly breaking news. Are we ready for our 555s? Well, by my count, we've got 8 still alive in the Tri-5 shootout, courtesy of Uncle Dan, and that means no buy-runs and no 2-for-1s, which I think is great because I like seeing racing much more than I like seeing buy-runs. I hate when you can't see the mountains anymore, but I'd rather have it raining there than here. As we get into the Tri-5s, we're going to get into a couple of them at Definitely have the vintage patina. Can you have new patina? I never thought about it that way. The 57 on the left side is Jeremy Austin. 55 on the right side is Alex Austin. We got a family feud going here. They did not do this on purpose. After round number one, they were put on a ladder, and based on performance last time, rut row. That was way early. That was way early. Alex Austin, oh, and that's going to be a heartbreaker. See the dial in down on the scoreboard? This is 1.3 seconds. The driver staged without checking, so he accepted it. That's Jeremy. And then Alex, who almost certainly would have won the race, went red. That's painful. Excruciating. And again, racers, that's why you dial in. It's displayed on the scoreboard. You are the last line of defense. Our computer operator has an issue reading it up here, or sometimes flip-flops a number. It's your responsibility to double-check before you stage. Jim Carbajal on the left side, John Wheat on the right. 355 on the left, 454 in the right. The old high straight axle gasser look. Over here on the left side, that's Jim. And he's actually going to leave first. That thing stumbled. Oh, and another red light. Okay, come on, no more red lights. I know it's getting darker out there. It's easier to see the tree. Drivers are getting jumpy, but red lights are just not fun. Zero fun, no fun. 1179, 113 for the win for John. 14.4 for Jim. Okay, let's get a good, clean, green light race. Can we please? Can we please? Jim Burris left, Dan Lamb right. 57, never satisfied with the Don's Hot Rod logo on the back. Dan Lamb over in the right lane is going to get a 4-second head start. 5.3, really? That's got an LS swap in it? Oh, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Well, I mean, as long as you stay corporately loyal. Here comes Jim Burris. Got a whole lot more power, but does he have enough room? He does, 999. 128 miles an hour. Dan Lamb goes 1436. Margin of victory is about 8 hun. They both were, well, let's just say neither one of them is going to be on the Dean's list for reaction time. But it ended up being about a coin flip. And now here comes Jake Burris, left, and Bob Thompson, right. I know what the Burris boys are thinking. They're thinking we're going to put the Leos in the Don's car in the final round. I know what Bob Thurston's thinking. He's thinking, that's a dumb idea. Who signed off on that? Oh, and another red light start. Wow. Three out of our 4 pairs in the round were decided by a red light. 10-17 for the win, 131 for Jake. So the Burris boys both move on. And we are now down to semifinals in the Tri-Fives. Did they give a target time for the Nitro final? Or for the Auger final? Pretty exciting. Our Nitro finals are set. And as much as I hate the fact that we're not going to get to see that extra run, I do like the fact that we're going to have all the finals ready to go bing, bang, boom. Actually, ding, clang, boom, right? DCB, so. Here we go into Super Pro. here in the buyback round. Handicap start's going to go to the Outlaw. About a half a bulb, give or take, and then we'll turn loose the truck. They both get away on the green. That is a beautiful thing. Now let's find out who did a better job with the shoe polish as they close in down on the 8th mile stripe. 647 on the 643. Winner! That's the truck, 6,900 on a 682. But Joe did. That ain't good enough. Not going to make it work this time. How about that Super Sport Chevelle? There is not much wrong with that car. From every angle that I've looked at it, it looks good, including the license plate on the back. Pickup over on the right side, so we got door car against pickup again. Last time the pickup was victorious. And then we'll go some long wheelbase racing. They are locked and loaded. They're both away on the green. The truck is out there. Last time the truck was chasing, this time the truck is being chased, but the truck is going to get the win. 717. Chevelle missed the tree bad. 141 on the reaction timer. And there was no making up for that. Now we got a couple of dragsters. Not a whole lot of head start coming at you here. Less than a tenth, as a matter of fact. The big red machine over here in the left lane is going to leave first by that less than a tenth. And then we'll send Vito after him. I told you it wasn't going to be much. Wasn't much. 2 foul separation at this end. And dead 2 at that end is going to win it for the red car. 5 flat on the 496. Not quite good enough. Over there in the right lane. They're 2 fouls separated in reaction time. Vito had the advantage. It runs 5 flat at 137. 2 dead on 2. We got 009 again? Really? 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 Well, 514. That's the dial in for the red, white, and blue AC Delco Chevrolet. And 505. That's the dial in for Kristen. Kristen Stevens out of New Wheel here in town. Dinged up one of those $9 million wheels. Take it to New Wheel and they will make it look like, what's kind of in the name? They make it look like a new wheel. Bent, broke, they can fix most of them. Definitely worth a shot. At least it'd be worth a shot to me. Unfortunately for Kristen, the door car is going to make it happen. Better on the tree. Better on the track. 515 on the 510. Kristen broke out and still couldn't get there. Wasn't terrible on the tree, but you don't have to be terrible. You just have to be not quite as good. Drag racing, I've used many times. That drag racing is a lot like bowling. You ever go bowling? You know, sometimes you shoot 265 and the guy eats your lunch. Sometimes you shoot 142 and somehow you win the darn thing. That's like drag racing. Sometimes you do it really good and you still go home. And sometimes you trip over your fire suit and somehow your light comes on. It's just the way it is. 2 Camaros turn loose, both on green. 8 miles to finish line, left lane's the winner. 621 on the 620. Better on the tree by a hundo was the white car. Closer to the dial was the blue car. Margin of victory a couple hundredths of a second. And we're going to do door car versus dragster again. And we had that classical Dodge over on the right side of the racetrack. And the dragster in the left. It's been a fun couple of days here. Tucson Dragway in the inaugural. Fuel altered chaos. Down to the finals in the fuel altereds, and still got a few rounds to go here. And our sportsman cars. Red light start. Come on, again. 003, again. 544 for the win. That'll be the dragster. 003 red for the door car. 586, 117 miles per hour. And here comes the Roadrunner. Roadrunner, the Coyote's after you. Roadrunner, if he catches you, you're through. That poor Coyote. We were, however, introduced to a lot of Acme products, thanks to the Coyote. Apparently the Coyote had some kind of pre-Amazon Amazon. You could have anything mail order delivered in like 3 minutes. Did you ever think about that? I think that's where Jeff Bezos got the idea. He was watching the Coyote going, wouldn't it be nice if people could order stuff and just have it show up like that? Well, the truck just did what the Coyote couldn't do, and that's take down the Roadrunner. 595 on the 593. Better on the reaction time, paid off at the finish line. The Roadrunner was one above, couldn't get there. Yeah, I think when Bezos was a kid, he was watching Roadrunner ads or Roadrunner cartoons and went, what if there was a company? I actually ordered something the other day. I went on Amazon, ordered something 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it said your package will be delivered by 6. And I went, come on, man, really? Yeah, really. It's crazy. Looks like my Solo going to be the final car in category. .508 on the 512 on the Solo time run. I hear Altered's warming up. At least I think that's an Altered. I'm pretty sure it's not a Super Pro car. Wouldn't it be fun? Come up and run one of those things in Super Pro. What's your dial? 382. Give somebody a head start. Just waiting to see what rolls out from behind the tower. Coming up next. Race fans really do appreciate it. On behalf of Chris and Jim and Chip, you race fans coming out supporting your local racetrack, and we appreciate it greatly. We've been talking about some of the slate of other events. Some of you are out here spectating. I don't know if you're aware, but there are a lot of events out here at Tucson Dragway. If you'd like to come out and try it, come out and try it. Bring your street car. You don't need to have a special race car to come out here and race. Try fives, come on back. Try fives. Back to the lanes, please. Here come the gassers. Should be the final. No, I think it's cool. I mean, this is obviously a big college town, but you can't go down to Arizona Stadium with your buds and play football just because the Cats are out of town. You can't take your buddies out to McHale Center just because Arizona's not playing that weekend. But you can bring your street car out here to Tucson Dragway. Hey, John Lundberg. John Lundberg, come see me. Well, that was a fun little final, wasn't it? The Gassers, 10:38 to a 10:48. And a big advantage on the starting line. For Dennis, made it a close race down at the finish line. I mean, a really close race. I love it when a plan comes together. Roll in the Anglia. Bruce Sportsman. The Corvette over on the right side. I got Rick Taylor on my screen, but it also says it's a Chevelle, and I'm pretty sure that ain't a Chevelle. I can tell it's a Chevelle from a Corvette. Both of them wheels up and away. Hey, Tri-5s, come on back. Tri-5s, come on back. And Pro Bracket, come on back. John Lundberg, come back to the tower. You will be glad you did. I hope he's still here. Pro Bracket, come on back. Tri-5s, you can come back as well. We're going to trim down our ADRA fields and our Tri-5 fields while the Altereds get serviced and ready to come back for their final rounds. I would have bet you hundreds of dollars I had it from them. I've talked to them 100 times. You want Super Pro back now?
There's nobody in lanes right now. So. Hey, John Lundberg, your attention in the pits. John Lundberg, please come to the tower, please. Thunderlungs to the tower.
Super Pro to the staging lane. Super Pro, come on down. So Pro, Super Pro, and Tri-5s will take all of you. Head this way, please. Pro, Super Pro, and Tri-5. Ready when you are.
Originally from Canada and now that. All right, race fans, we've called our sportsman category racers back for their next round. In about 15 minutes, we will call fuel altereds to the lanes for their final rounds. Going to get a chance to see the fuel altereds and the jet dragster another time. We are down to the finish of the inaugural fuel altered chaos. Another hour or two, and this race will be in the books, and you will be able to say you were there for the very first one.
Fives coming back at you. Should have 4 cars left, and I'm just doing the math in my head, but that should make this the semifinals. We got a couple of 55s, we got a couple of 57s. Let's see if the final round is going to be a match game or if it's going to be a mix and match. Jake Burris on the left side, Jeremy Austin in the right side at the finish line. It's going to be Burris making it happen. 10:28 on the 10:17. Better on the reaction timer, made it paid off. 13:07 for Jeremy Austin. But he left a little bit back here and he paid for it down there. So Jake Burris in the final. Let's see if Jim can get there and make it an all Burris final. He will if the 57 wins this one. Otherwise we'll have an all 55 final round, and that's what John Reed is thinking right now. Right lane is going to lead first by almost 2 full seconds. And then Jim Burris. Here he comes. Oh, and it's a red light start for John. It'll be the Burris boys duking it out in the Tri-5 final. The Burris boys are going to battle it out. 992, 135 the speed. 1178 for Wheat. Oh, dead on 3. But unfortunately for him, he hit the gas too soon. If the gentleman that was looking for John Lundberg will come back to the announcer booth, please. The gentleman that was looking for John Lundberg, please come back and see us in the announcer booth. Looks like we've got Pro back there in the lane. Super Pro, you should be coming in. We are sneaking up on. Time to call the altered finals. Jeff Edwards, Jordan Hart coming at you now. That's got almost a Christmas look. It's just not quite the right shade of green for Christmas. John left, Jordan right. The Corvette is going to leave first by 2.5 seconds and change. Full Christmas tree plus. And then Jeff Edwards. The teal green Chevy 2. Gonna have some ground to make up. Both drivers get away on the green. That Corvette is a long way down there, but here comes Edwards. Here comes Edwards. Here comes... Not going to get him. 1287 for the win. 97 miles an hour. Reaction advantage went to Jordan. Edwards, 1024 on a 1023. He was closer to dial by a considerable amount. Could not overcome being a 10th late on the reaction timer. And now you got another Corvette versus non-Corvette matchup. And once again, the Corvette's going to go first, this time by 1.4 seconds. I'm rounding. Rob Grangade in the Corvette. Henry Labaugh. Oh, and this one's going to be determined on the starting line because the Corvette looked too soon. Robert, 174 early. .1089. 122 the speed for the win for Henry, but all he had to do was keep it green, and he did. 12:33 on the 12:25, but with a red light. Super Pro. Hopefully you're on the way to the lane. Super Pro. If you're not here, you should be on the way. Come on down. Kevin Smania and Jeremy Plyer. Both get away on the green. Closer to the number down at the other end. It comes down to a double breakout. Kevin is under by 2 foul. Jeremy is under by 5 foul. More. Put the win in the left lane. Aaron McCommon now on the left side. Paul Lorden in the right. Once again, the gentleman that was looking for John Lundberg, if you would come back and see me in the tower, please. Half a bulb is going to be the handicap here. Not much separates these two off the starting line. And both of them get away on the green. And at the finish line stripe, we have our winner. It's going to be 947. On the 946, 17 on the tree. Wow. Getting there first by 1 hun. Wow, Paul Lorden had 7 thousandths of a second to play with, and he couldn't squeeze through that window. He got there first by 17 thou and only had 7. So he breaks out. Tyler Sally on the left side, Stefan Schutt in the right. Schultz in the right. Might be Schulte, the 64 Ford Falcon, 347 stroker. And Team Banditos for Tyler. Team Mopar for Tyler. Green lights, but only one of them is going to get a win light, and that's going to be a 1278 on a 1278, dead 5 for Stefan, and he locked him out. Tyler Sally was 041 and mathematically locked out, had no chance to win the race. 0, none, nada. Dowd Fleetwood now on the left side, Frank Leon on the right. Handicap a little less than a bulb. The Chevy 2 over there will be off and running, and here'll come Doug. Both make the move on the green up here, 10.671. Winner for Doug, 1101 on the 1105. Frank Leon got there first by 6 hun and broke out by 4 of them. Again, had a little bit of room he could work with, but took too big a bite at the stripe. Temo Moore on the left and Rob Kalal in the right. Second half going to be the handicap this time, with Rob being the one off and running. Rob, Red, Rats, Tim, winner, 907, 152 on the 904, 1072 comes up with Rob at 125, but he left too soon. Fouled away his shot at fame, fortune. The next round of competition. Now it's James Foley left and Dave Muller right. A little more than a bulb to handicap head start. The 74 model Camaro. And now the Vega. And now the Vega. And now Dave Muller dialed 1, 2, 3, 4. He went 1, 2, 4, 2. And that was enough because he had a sizable reaction advantage. I don't know if Foley got distracted or flinched or blinked or flinched or did so blink, you know, one of the two. Blink and flinch is the same thing. But he was late. Marcus Ocampo on the left side, Derek Fisher in the right. Still got one of those Fairmonts hanging around. I'm going to hang around in one more because Marco turned it red by a couple of hundred. 1248 on the 1241, 106 miles an hour for Derek Fisher, 44 on the 42 for Marcos. Not enough. Next pair rolling in, going to be Paul Coleman in the left, going to be Mark Beaven in the right. Ah, the Beeve. The Beeve. I knew him, but sooner or later identify the Beeve. And Jerry Mathers as the Beeve. It's going to be 964 for the win. Dialed 964, ran 9.647. Not going to get him the damper, but going to get him the win light. Another shot at it later on. Mark goes 1096 on a 1091. That ain't going to be good enough this time. As John Rowlett and Claude Evering coming in now. Claude Evering, dead on one earlier. The four-door Fairmont over there on the right side. And this time he's going to give up a little bit of a head start to John in the Camaro. Ford v Chevrolet, Camaro on one side, Fairmont on the other. Win light comes onto the Fairmont, 10.806, 119 the speed. The lead goes 11.14 on the 11.12. He was closer to the dial, but he was 4 hun behind on reaction time. Margin at the stripe was 5 thousandths of a second. Chris Citro. Oh, I knew I recognized that car. Chris Citro over there in the Fox Body Ford. So we're running out of unidentified cars. We still got a couple of them. Too late, too late, too late. Oh, man. I wish you'd have been a little earlier. The Firebird laying some liquid down out there on the starting line. They ran up, tried to stop him, but it was already in, and the tree was counting down. And Chris Citro is going to go 1084 off the throttle with nobody chasing him in the other lane. Trans Am's going to come to a stop. And man, our starting line crew noticed just at the last second that the Trans Am was leaving something out there. I think and hope and pray it's water, and I'm pretty sure it is now. Now I think and hope and pray that there's no antifreeze in the water.
While it's quiet, let me get our finalists for the fuel-altered classes. All finalists for fuel-altered chaos, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Fuel-altered finalists to the staging lanes, please, for pairing.
Slows it to a 453 at 124 miles an hour. Herbst was 5 thousandths ahead at the hit. Goes 995 to 60 feet. Had the car out front of Jordan Ballou. Goes 277 to the half-track point. Jordan was right there with a 278. But you saw the puff of smoke in that left side lane. And that was just enough to give Herbie the opportunity to advance. So congratulations to your C-Field runner-up Jordan Ballou and to your C-Field winner. And still has hopes alive for the championship of 2025 in Funny Car Chaos. Hot Rod Herbie, Justin Herbst. Keith Zimmerer, third season in Funny Car Chaos competition, comes into the final round of the race, tied for the points, or in the semifinal tie. His closest competitor has already got a win line. So he needs 10 points. He needs a win line in this final round to have a chance to go to the tiebreaker. It is going to be the penny pitcher on the left side of the Christmas tree. And the 200 proof on the right side of the Christmas tree. Looking for a win line, got a tough customer on the opposite side of the racetrack. Into the pre-stage. 6 miles an hour, something not exactly right at the finish line on that penny pincher car. But Kirk Williams, for the first time in a day or two, takes the 200 proof team from Iowa back to the winner's circle. That was a 9.11 60-foot time for the penny pincher, a 9.53 60-foot for the 200 proof, 242 to half track on the left, 248 on the right. The left side was out front. But the winner goes, the win light comes on for Kirk Williams. Congratulations, Keith Zimmer finishes runner-up in the event and runner-up in the points chase. Kirk Williams finishes as the winner of the event and a strong finish to the season. And race fans, you know what that means. 2025 Funny Car Chaos Champion, Hot Rod Herbie, is going to take that trophy back to Nebraska. Let's hear it for Justin Herbst.
Justin Herbst is now a champion in chaos. Justin, you had to wait. You got the job done in your final in the Wolf Pump Seafield. Congratulations on that win. But you waited at about the end of the track, and you were looking for a win light or however it would work out. What was that like waiting?
I'm so glad Williams got that. He told me before this last round he was going to do everything he could to pull it off. I'm so proud that they did it. I mean, they obviously won tonight too. Stoked. Got my Norplac Kubota, my Menster oil. There's Curly's Racing, Snafu threw in. My parents are Herb Sewing. The food vendor we always buy our steaks from, Kelly's Custom Pack. I'm sure there's plenty more. Brandon, we got all the Pony Up guys here. Wayne, Bob Alberti, and we got everybody. So if I missed you, I'm sorry. It's awesome.
How is it living out a dream, being a funny car racer in chaos, winning a championship on a big level and out of a C field?
So that's the one last thing I want to throw in. Ed Wolf, we got us the championship, buddy. I mean, that's just awesome that a big block Chevy, I don't know if that's happened yet. You know, we don't even run the valves between runs. We are out here having a good time. We are the bare minimum maintenance. We just going out having a good time, and man, awesome.
You're looking at the last winner about to roll out here at Great Lakes Dragway. We have come to the end of the 2025 Funny Car Chaos Championship season, Chris, son Levi. Chris, you just had a winner for the championship out of the C field. That's been A, B, now C, and we now have it evident.
And we're still racing.
Yeah, we're still racing.
That's right.
It's evident, Chris, that grassroots racing is alive and well right here at Funny Car Chaos.
Yep, you know, that rounds it out. What an awesome way to finalize this whole deal this year. It's been a trying year. We had a lot of weather earlier this year. We had really good weather this weekend. First time here at Great Lakes Dragway. Comes down to the final round. You're going in with two guys that are tied, going into their own classes in the final. What an awesome deal. Congratulations to everybody. Congratulations to Justin Herbst. He earned it. That's what it's all about, man.
What do you think, Levi?
Rock and roll, man.
Whoa!
Complete. Chris Doctor, the High Plains Drifter, 62 model Bel Air, and Joe Kidd. Team Rough Year. Yeah, Mom said there'd be years like that. You know the little story, right? If you're going through it, keep going. Don't stop, don't slow down, just keep going. Red light start. Chris Doctor, and he is way red. Turns on the bottom bulb in the left side, turns on the scoreboard in the right side. Joe Kidd, 1077-1. Ooh, a foul away from a fluid damper gift certificate, but he got the win light. He'll have another shot at it unless somebody picks it up before then. Doctor was 992 on a 990, but he was deep into the red zone. Red zone in a football game, good. Red zone in a drag race, not good. Opposite of good, ungood. Marv Wolfmeyer now on the left side. Team Wolfpack in the wagon, and Gary Hampton, the shark bait. 4.5 second head start for Hampton. He's one of those guys that firmly believes the art of winning is slow. And he's done pretty darn well with this thing over the years. And he has had it for a few years. So we got a shark bait on one side of the racetrack, we got a wolf on the other. Do wolves eat shark bait? I think about things like that. They're both away on the green. The B6 way out there. Here comes the wolf. And he takes a bite out of the shark. Well, at least the shark's bait. 11.111. Hey, you put 5 aces on a scoreboard, you should win. He was also better on the tree. Gary Hampton goes 70, but he had a reaction time, started with a 1. Brings up Carson Heath and Ron Height. Carson in the Chevy 2. Ron in the pickup. Difference in dial, 002. And I know some of you fans are probably thinking, hey, wait a minute, didn't I see one of these cars lose a minute ago? Well, some of the guys are running in more than one category, which is allowed out here, as long as your car will fit the rules for both. This one's over. Another way red. As a matter of fact, Carson Heath wanted to go red, and Ron wouldn't let him. Carson's like, but I want to go red. Ron was redder. 11:38, 116 miles an hour comes up for Carson. 11:32 on the 35 for Ron. But that one was over at this end of the racetrack. And here comes the Roadrunner again. Going to be going head-to-head with the Camaro. Kurt Zunzaletta, said the professional announcer. Mike Heath on the right side. Team Wildcard and little white Camaro going to get the handicap head start. Both drivers away on the green. Camaro's out there. And the Dodge. Ain't gonna get him. 004 for Mike Heath. And then he gets down to the other end and takes 12 thousandths at the stripe to win at 10:51 on the 10:45. Kurt went 9:25 on a 9:26 and still couldn't get there. He just left too much back here. It's getting dark. We got altereds coming. We got finals coming. We have the final of the Tri-5s coming now, and it's going to be the Burris boys. There you go. You should do big burnouts. Jake Burris left, Jim Burris right. The big block, Tri-5s. Handicap .3 goes to the Leo's Auto Supply car. The Don's Hot Rod machine, the Never Satisfied machine, will then be on the chase. Over 1,200 cubic inches between these two. Biggest motor you could have got in 1955 was a 265, right? Right? They're both away on the green. The Burris boys flying into the dark Arizona night, and the wind light shines on Jake. 10:31 on the 10:22, 124 the speed. Jim predicted a 992, ended up going 10:04, and that was not good enough. Also missed a little bit back at this end. But the Burris boy battle goes to Jake. And Jim will be hearing about that for a long, long, long time. And now we're rolling into pro bracket. That's Ken Rader in the dragster. Hector Hernandez Jr. coming up in the Mustang. Handicap looks like 0.7. Looks like the Mustang going to go first. Team Gearhead on one side, Team Dream Team on the other. The Mustang bumping his way in. You're going to be looking over his shoulder trying to pick up that dragster as he tries to close him out by the time they get down to that 8-mile stripe. Red light start. Oh, man. Ken Rader. I don't know if he put the numbers in wrong or just left on the wrong ball, but he missed it by a bunch. Hector Hernandez goes 6.209 on a 6.18. 7.59 on the 5.48 for Ken, who after he saw the red light come on, I guarantee you, having a little conversation with himself. Brings up Rodney Ward. Rodney gets dial-in board of the day award, at least from me. That thing is clear, it's big. I do like the LED taillights as well. You got Dan Slade over on the other side. This time the dragster versus truck. Truck is going to get a head start. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger than what Hernandez did a minute ago. Exact same outcome. The dragster leaves early. Only the last one was more like a, what was that? And this was one of the, what are you kidding me? 1,000th of a second red is Dan Slade. And Rodney Ward moves on. Now it's going to be Brian Lopez in the left side and what might be our last unidentified driver over there on the right side. Could be the last one. Zip perfect over on the right side of the racetrack, and then a 44 on a 41, 611 on 608 for Brian Lopez, not enough to overcome the 060 light. We already gave away the gift certificate for a trip zip for the fluid damper, so not going to win that, but still got one if somebody goes dead zero. Lenny Fife in the left and Sarah Kidd in the right. Sarah in the pickup. That she has not been driving very long. Lenny Fife in the Camaro that he's been racing, I do believe, longer than Sarah's been alive. That's not an exaggeration. Lenny Fife has had this car a long time. going to be landing 662. Taking care of business. Reaction time was a 4-foul coin flip advantage Sarah. But she goes 16 on the 7 flat. That was way too much room. Now it's Lou Ortiz in the dragster, Tony Pesquera on the right. In the Camaro. The dragster versus non-dragster matchups have gone, well, let's just say not the dragster's way this round. So Lewis is going to see if he can reverse that trend. He can be a trend bucker. Gently easing in as we are gently closing in on fuel altered finals. This time they both get away on the green. But will the dragster be able to overcome the door car? Ain't happening here. Tony had a 0.004 reaction time. Margin to the stripe, 0.02 of a second. Tony was 0.004, taking 0.002. And that's pretty mean. Ortiz, 28 on the tree. Couldn't make the math work. We have dragster and door car one more time. The dragsters are not having fun with door cars right now. And Mike Gardner's hoping that continues. Scott Hess is hoping that it's over. Done. Finished. There will come a time when a dragster wins another round. Just not sure when that's going to be. Closed circuit for Bruce Maybury. That's not a bother. Thank you. He identified my unidentified driver. There we go. Now we're set. Both the drivers are waiting to see the dial-ins come up on the scoreboards. As they should. Handicap is a biggie. Mike Gardner going to be off and running. Of course, Scott Hess, they're both leaving off the top bulb, so it's not like get a continue to concentrate. Just let go on time. And then run the numbers. Wow. I thought it was over. Scott Hess was 007 on the tree, but he couldn't run the number, 494, and left room, 695 on the 694 for Mike Gardner, and the door cars continued their supremacy over the dragsters here in this round. Pat Marbach now in the dragster. Let's see if he can be the one to turn the tide. .138 is the handicap. There goes the pickup off and running. Has the curse been lifted? It has. The dragster gets the win. 506 on the 504 for Pat. Kevin goes 642 on a 642 dead three. Left 500s back at this end. The curse has been broken. Clean, they are green, but only one gets a win light. It's going to be Paul Lorton. 621 on the 617, 19 on a 20. Getting there first by 3 hun. Breaking out by 4 thou is Mike. Had a little room. A little room. And now it's dragster versus truck. Well, at least it seems like all the door cars and all the dragsters opted not to pick on their own kind here tonight. Some of the dragster drivers are probably thinking maybe we should have. I think those door cars are just not being very nice. And we're holding up. Apparently there's a report of something down on the other end of the racetrack that needed attention, or at least inspection. So we will attend/inspect. Are the alternates back there now? Because I'm getting more and more excited. More and more excited. Inspection complete. I expect a full report on my desk by 5 a.m. tomorrow. Just don't wake me up when you drop it off, because I will still be in bed. All clear from down on the racetrack, and we fire up the next pair. Red light for the dragster, and apparently we didn't completely reverse the trend. 593 on a 592. Oh. Left lane left early also, but Tim O'More was more earlier. 006 to 003 both early. The 003 gets the win light. Smith in the right. Mr. Smith, if that is your real name. Oh man. We're still doing dragsters and door cars. The dragsters were, well, trying to mount a comeback. Trying. Oh, and this one's going to be all dragster all the time. As Faustino took off on the green, and then the car quit making noise down there about 300 feet. And in a 600-foot long race, when your car quits making noise at 300 feet, that's not going to end well. And it didn't. So chalk up another one for the dragsters. Randy Smith, 009 on the tree. He was definitely ready to go when it was time to let go. And we're doing another quick check. So you tell me the Altereds are back there and the Jets back there? Ooh, if you thought the Jet was cool earlier, I mean, it was okay. Jets in the day are, Jets at night are, yippee. Jets at night are better than chocolate-covered bacon with whipped cream and fireworks. Isn't that like the 4 best things in the world? Chocolate, bacon, whipped cream, and fireworks? Well, if you got a bet, I want to hear it. What, beer, wings, and onion rings? Okay, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad, but that's only 3. And fireworks? Okay, yeah. Beer wings, onion rings, and fireworks. That ain't bad either. That ain't bad either. Okay. Well, the dragsters now have 2 wins out of what? 27 chances or something like that? Leroy Duran going to enter as the next dragster driver. Would you please enter and sign in? And Tony Henderson. This, compared to all the others, is a minuscule handicap. Minuscule is Australian for rather small. Maybe it's New Zealand for rather small. I don't know, somewhere down there. I did have to learn to speak Australian this year. I can say, good day, mate. And apparently, you know, pop some shrimp on the bobby. That's not really Australian. Who knew? Who knew? I don't know which was worse, the 16-hour flight or the 14-hour flight delay. Makes for a long trip. Both drivers are away on the green. Wow. Leroy's going to get the win. 497 on a 496. Tony Henderson was 002 and broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Took 300 at the stripe, and that was 1 thou too much. Advance the dragster. Doug Fleetwood now in the Camaro. And Lucas Makovica in the dragster. The dragster's trying to mount a comeback. Hey, it might only be one in a row, but every comeback starts someplace. You can't win 10 in a row if you don't win the first one. The dragster rolling in first. 1.66 seconds. 1 2/3. Camaro's a long way down there. Dragster got him. 008, 511. That'll make it work. Doug Fleetwood, 679 on 674. Wasn't terrible on the tree, but wasn't 008. And then let Lucas slide by. 679, 100 miles an hour. Looked like he went down there and dumped. That's what it looked like to me. Drop and pray. It didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. Sometimes it does. That time it didn't. Here comes Martin Carrillo. Martin, you have got a gift certificate coming for a fluid damper, harmonic balancer, for your Trip Zip Perfect Light earlier in the day, which I think also got you pulled out for the buy run. Hey, Martine, when you come up to get your certificate for having a perfect reaction time, go ahead and pick up the other one for being dead zero. 538.0 on a 538. We had a certificate for a perfect light. We had a certificate for dead zero. Martine won them both. I don't believe there was a rule that said you can't win them both.
Didn't see that in the fine print, and he certainly certainly did the deed. Team better than average is what it said on the screen for Martin.
Team better than average is team killing it.
Today.
He's team killing it. Trip zip on the first run, dead zero on the second run, and he gets them both. Martin, at your convenience. Just come see me. Yeah, no kidding. All righty. I think we're going to do a little track touch-ups since we're about to turn up the horsepower and turn up the noise, turn up the flames out of the pipes. Altereds are next, followed by the Wicked Sensation one more time. And then we'll dive right back into our ADRA eliminations. But Dave Radden is up here. He is the voice of chaos. He's going to call the finals. Let's see if we can keep one of those trophies.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, nitro funny cars, fuel altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuels. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the chaos.
Check out Twisted Shifters for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide.
McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis parts supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Tucson Dragway, fuel altered. There's a history right here at this facility of those two being paired together. So when there was an opportunity for something such as fuel altered chaos, why did you jump on it?
Well, number one, I've watched Chris and his wife at a few different events, and I've seen their banquet they put on, and I was very impressed at how professional that they are putting everything together like they do. And it just seemed like a really good fit. I've been watching them grow their brand, and they put on amazing races. They've got fantastic cars that show up, as well as the spectator support has been unbelievable. So, and they, as they're growing their brand, we need more on the West Coast. And like you said, Tucson Dragway has always been big about the fuel altered nationals. So this is our way of bringing it back to Tucson.
What do you envision? It comes around November and people are rolling into this place along with fuel altereds. What do you hope to see, Mr. Hughes?
I think what we're going to see for the inaugural race, we're going to see a lot of enthusiasm. We've got already over 30 pre-entered fuel altered cars, which is crazy. They're coming from all over the country. And I think this is going to turn into a destination race. You can pretty much rely on what the weather's going to be like. The weather's going to be good, a little chilly at night in November, which you're going to see a lot of flames out of with the nitro cars. And I think that the vibe, what we do here is we put on a party, and usually a drag race breaks out. So I think when people show up, they're going to be amazed at what we've done to the facility itself, and the racers will really enjoy the track and the atmosphere.
You mentioned Tucson's kind of this hidden gem in Arizona overall, and I would say you've got a hidden gem of a racing facility from what I have seen here in Tucson Dragway. So do you hope something like fuel altered chaos will become something that can, well, elevate Tucson Dragway, put it on the map, and make it not just a place for fuel altered racers, but all racers to experience racing right here in Tucson?
I believe we will. I believe once the fuel altered chaos comes to town, it's really going to it's going to bring a lot of attention to the track, and it's going to bring a lot of racers that haven't been here before, and they're going to look at the track, like you said, as a gem itself, let alone how much there is to do in Tucson. So you bring your family, you plan your trip, and you plan it. And that's usually what makes a great event, is when mom and the kids, everybody's got something to do. But the biggest thing, when they come to the track and they're treated with respect, and they're treated the way I've always been wanted to be treated in my 48 years of racing, you know what a racer expects when they come through the gate. And we try to give them that hospitality, and we try to give them the respect, because we know they're spending a lot of money. And when they come here, we want this to feel like home to them.
Race fans, And get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altereds from across the country go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Bodacious Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung. Drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, Nitro Funny Cars, fuel altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers, and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Bradford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuel. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
And you'll look at the paint scheme on this car, the Texas Joker, and you'll see it comes from, it's done by Custom Colors by Curry in Amarillo, Texas. Smokey's trip to the final started off with a first round 4.10 second elapsed time. That was the quickest run off the D field. It got him one of the spots in the final. They call him Smokey. He's got a win in Funny Car Chaos competition. Used to have a car they called the Bad Company. In fact, the first time they had a car called the Bad Company, it was an altered that they got off of A-field finalist Lyle Greenberg, the car that he used to race in the Western Fuel Altered class. That car turned into a funny car, and then they have upgraded once again, and now they've got this car, the Texas Joker. I so serious, I don't know, but I love the green on that car. Cassie doing a great job, as always, in the best dressed backup world competition. Haven't heard who's won, but I do know that it's going to be one happy lady that takes home the $350. She'll turn around. Behind that spot, look at the starting line, got the green boots on. Lets her husband know it's time to bring it up, and she puts it into the forward gear. She's flashing lights on the back of the wing, making sure everybody knows where he is once he gets out there in the shutdown area. Great idea. So they will take on the first ever class win in Fuel Altered Chaos competition. going back to Dumas, Amarillo, Texas, as Smokey Blanton brings the car up, ready for a run down the left side. Into the pre-stage, downstage. Hitting the tires just a bit. We have the 410, which is best run for the weekend, but that wound up being the one and only as he eases it through the finish line. Now, I'll take it because all you have to do is stage the car and get a win light to take home the championship. But he takes it through with a 122 60-foot as the car was already spinning. But either way you take it, I know they'll take that $1,000 and be happy with it. Congratulations to Team Texas Joker. I know there's going to be some celebrating on the high plains tonight. Probably some around Tucson, too, if I know that delegation. And I do. Little more of the international flavor of this event coming your way as we have got one of our finalists in the C field. Joe and Annette Lundberg from Helsingborg, Sweden. They came to the final round. They've got the top half position. And from Nevada, it is going to be the Crazy T of Reed Taylor. Taylor ran 4:10 in the first round, 4:13 in the second round. And that got them victories over John Brewer and over Sean Dale. Lundberg in the Raw Valley machine put a 4:38 on the board in the first round, a 4:43 on the board in the second round to take wins over Bill Flower and Randy Bradford. Reed Taylor, Las Vegas, Nevada, the Crazy T. It's a T-bucket with a blown alcohol Alan Johnson Performance Engineering Hemi, providing the motivation. So it'll be Big Block Bowtie versus Big Block Pentastar. Final round, Sweden versus Nevada. They both look ready. They both sound ready. It sounds strong out on the racetrack, and it should be a good matchup as they have come from their positions on the ladder. Lundberg qualified in the number 3 spot. Taylor qualified in the number 4 spot. When you draw it up on the ladder, you don't know how it's going to shake out. It's drawn up so that number 1 faces number 2 in the final if everything goes like they qualified. We don't race them on the sheet. We race them on the racetrack, and we've got number 3 versus number 4 in an epic final round showdown coming your way. Will the trophy in the C field go home to Sweden, or will it go to Nevada? Driven Racing Oil out of Memphis, Tennessee, the official oil and lubricant of the Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos, and Fuel Altered Chaos Championship Tours, bringing you C-field action. Both drivers into the pre-stage. Big Block Chevy Tower side, Big Block right side, 4 rolls in. Here they go. At the finish line, the win lights on the right side of the racetrack over there on the American walk-in cooler side, and it's going to be a big 416, 177 mile per hour pass down the right side for the win. Reed Taylor going to take the win. A 104 60-foot and a 278 to the half track point had him out front. Joe Lundberg did his job at the starting line. He was 200ths out at the starting line. Did not have the horsepower to get across the finish line first, but a great way to finish with Sweden and Nevada in the final round. So congratulations, runner-up Joe Lundberg, and to your C field champion, Reed Taylor. So the first win goes to Texas. The second win goes to Nevada. We will move now into our Western Differential B field. All right, so So we have got the Rust Bucket of Mitch Bowen from Flagstaff, Arizona, taking on the Complete Chaos of Kurt Duckworth from Weirton, West Virginia. Duckworth with lane choice takes the power side. His car performing well today, qualified at a 4:01 yesterday, but it's always been under the 4-second margin there at the in today's eliminations. 396 at 178 in a first round win over the Rat Poison of Dan Padnato, and a 398 over 398 victory against James Gilliland in the Psycho 2 in the semifinal. So he uses lane choice, takes the left side. Tree malfunction in the semifinal created a rerun situation with the other car unable to answer the call. So the Arizona team out of Flagstaff, Arizona, Mitch Bowen, looking to put his car into the winner's circle and take home the first ever trophy in Fuel Altered Chaos B field action and keep it right here in the state of Arizona. Big inch Hemi powering these cars. Methanol fuel, superchargers, and fuel injection. West Virginia and Arizona make it to the final round. Here we go. Fuel Altered Chaos. Green light, both sides. And they are, whoa, that is a whole lot more racetrack than Kurt Duckworth was intending to use. So guess what happens? The wind light's going to be in the right side lane, and it is going to be Mitch Bowen keeping that trophy in Arizona. So the numbers you see on the scoreboard really won't be any good, because the car that came from the left lane to the right lane stops the clock for both. But when you cross the center stripe, the wind goes to the opposite side. So congratulations, runner-up Kurt Duckworth, and to Arizona champion Mitch Bowen in the Rust Bucket. Altereds do what Altereds do, and when you've come to enough Altered races, you'll see that happens, as they have been known to get a little out of hand. That's what happened with that car, aptly named, as you can tell, Complete Chaos, because as we were watching them go down the racetrack in a hurry, suddenly it was Complete Chaos, as the car from the left side used up all of the racetrack. Goes over to the right side. Driver keeps it under some sense of control after losing the control for a little while. But he will be your runner-up, and the champion is going to be the Rust Bucket of Mitch Bowen. So the race crew getting the opportunity to do a little more maintenance on the racetrack before we go to the A field final round. So far, our winners in the state of Texas, state of Nevada, state of Arizona. Your A field final coming up.
Nitro. Dove Fuels is your source for nitromethane, Top Fuel Harleys, nitro funny cars, fuel altereds, and more. If it burns nitro, fly right with Dove Fuels. From a drop, drum, or supplying an entire nitromethane burning series, Dove Fuels is able to supply while also being on location to serve. We are also an official Driven Racing Oils distributor with a full line of products to accompany nitromethane sales. For all your motorsports endeavors on nitro, get wings with Dove Fuels.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers, and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuel. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the chaos. McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis parts supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Check out Twisted Shifters for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide. What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while pouring horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
Looks like he saved it.
Oh, there is slicky stuff for sure. Right there. Oh, yes, yes. Andy Fangman How did you not touch a single thing, dude?
Gosh, I did everything I could to keep the center under control. Luckily, I think I had some luck involved with this. Luckily, Brian wasn't near me when it shot over. I got oil underneath the tires, and pure luck. Thank God. That's what I'm gonna thank.
Take us in the cockpit of your beautiful hot rod, and it has stayed a beautiful hot rod even after that incident. Were you like slow-mo counting, like, oh, that's the right wall, this is the left wall, oh, that's Brian?
Well, we've been fighting tire shake with it all day today, and I knew that was coming, and it came. The tire shake came, and I went to stab it in the high gear and just go out and try to get it to go A to B, get it to go down, and it just shot out unpredictably before I could do anything with it. And I just hung on. I'm like, gather this thing up, keep it off the wall, keep it between, the mustard and the mayonnaise. That's always here, and that's what I did. And then finally, I got it where I was doing the zigzag stuff, kept doing that because it was just, I don't know, the oil under the tires yet, and I got the chute out. And I feel so bad about the oil on the track. I'm going to go out there here and help clean that stuff up because that's not fair to those guys out there. They've been working hard all weekend trying to keep this racetrack safe and keep things moving along here for Chris and Tara Grave. And just everybody works so hard at this stuff, and then the oil gets out. It just makes it tough. But,
well, Andy, we're certainly glad you're okay, and thank you for providing a highlight on the live stream. We appreciate it.
Chaotic highlight again.
Chaotic highlight. We're making it again. All right. Oh, yes, there is slicky stuff all over.
Dragster coming up after the fuel-altered final. You guys will be coming up after the jet, so have them ready. You've had a little extra time here to cool and fuel and get them ready for your next attack on the racetrack. Yeah, our pro category, lanes 3 and 4, ADRA pro category, lane 3 and 4, Super Pro lanes 5 and 6. If you want to go ahead and bring them to the staging lanes, you can. I don't advise getting very close to the front with the jet dragster coming up, but you probably already know that. But feel free to bring them to the staging lanes. Pro lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro lanes 5 and 6. Lyle Greenberg in the Cone Hunter. In funny car trim, it's a Corvette. He certainly likes running it in altered trim, and we definitely love seeing him run it in altered trim. Here with Greenberg and the Cone Hunter team this weekend, one of our other funny car chaos racers, funny car Mike Irwin, is in the house. Part of the crew down there working on the Cone Hunter, and of course the Speed Sport crew. Jimmy Kelso and Jim Brew. They've got that 500 cubic inch TFX Hemi gulping the nitro, and they are ready to see if they can keep that A-Field trophy right here in Tucson. Anticipating the opportunity to fire up these cars, but you're going to get a chance to see a little more of the Kubota. Making sure that we are completely ready to put these cars on the track. Congratulations to all of our racers. We have the payouts being made to our fuel-altered racers up here on the race control right next to where the announcer's box is. And a whole lot of folks had a whole lot of fun this weekend. I know that the fans did, but the racers have also been expressing what a great time that they've had here at Tucson Dragway. I got to second that emotion. It has been a great weekend with lots of great action, and we cannot wait to come back. We want to say thanks to some of our very special friends and sponsors, Darren Foster, Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel, Tom and Annabelle Akers at Wizards Warehouse, Rob Winland from Star Racer Belts, and Dennis Taylor from Taylor Motorsports Products. Murph McKinney, not only the official fabrication source of the Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos, Fuel Altered Chaos series, but he is not only a sponsor and a supporter, but he's actually here. I know that a lot of folks have already seen that Murph is in the house. And, of course, Justin Arias of CP Carrillo. There's been a lot of Justin Arias sightings here at Tucson Dragway this weekend. Always great to welcome him to the Chaos events. Oliver and Miller Racing. They came through and supported our D Field shootout. With that support, plus some support from some others, I'll get it out, we were able to run a D field, so every team that was qualified that came in the property, if they were able to run in the first round, they had the opportunity to race for a prize, and that was the first final you saw with that $1,000 prize going back to Texas with the Texas Joker. Driven Racing Oil in Memphis, Tennessee came on as title sponsor for our C field. Western Differential locally here. Man, what a great organization that is since 1973. Continuing to support racing, and they stepped up big for this weekend, and we appreciate their support. You can reach them and let them know how much you appreciate their ongoing support at Tucson Dragway, 520-327-1747. Got a great opportunity this weekend to meet some super cool people and some folks that I have heard about and known for a long time. And what a thrill when John Lundberg stepped into the announcer's box, the voice of drag racing. One of those storied racing legends from your state here in Arizona. And, of course, a terrific opportunity to honor one of the Arizona icons, Johnny West, Grand Marshal of the event and receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award. Tucson Dragway continues to race through the winter. Doesn't get as cold here as it does in a lot of the places where people are watching on the live stream. They actually close, instead of closing in November and January and December, they close in the summertime in July and August when it's to be outside. But they keep a full slate of activities going on. In fact, I'm looking at the upcoming schedule. Saturday, November the 22nd, Sideways Garage, bringing you the birthday bash. They will have the Burnout open, and they will be open the gates at 5 o'clock. You'll have a chance to get on the racetrack from 7 o'clock to midnight. On the 6th and 7th, the Santa's Shootout, another chance to see some jet cars and have the Christmas tree drags, as well as some opportunity to spend some time in the Burnout pit. That's coming your way on Saturday, December the 20th. Also, at the end of the year, December 31st, New Year's Eve, great place to be would be right here. That's for the Hangover Nationals. Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, Motorcycle, Junior Dragster, Junior Street, High School Racing, and then some. There will be even more than that. I'm sure that they will put together as bracket racers. If you come up with something to race for, as long as you put the money down, bracket racers will say, I'm in. They'll do that. Those of you watching on the live stream, we appreciate you chiming in your support for the racing action that we've experienced here today and yesterday. It's good to hear from you, and we love being able to bring this action to you. Well, not exactly this action, but the racing action that is coming up shortly. Once again, Pro lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro lanes 5 and 6. Final round A field fuel altereds coming your way here in just a few moments. It's going to be a good one. Big inch supercharged nitro huffing Hemis with one more chance for an Arizona team to keep the trophy here, or will it be sent back home to its new home in Arizona, in New Mexico? Lyle Greenberg, Albuquerque racer, raced out of there for a long time, still keeps his race shop there, but has transplanted down to Texas, into the hill country. We were talking about that on Chaos Live the other night. Stay tuned for a Chaos Live event, as we're likely to be interviewing some winners from this event. You can expect that event to take place, Chaos Live, 7 o'clock Central Time on Wednesday, either this coming Wednesday or the week after that. I'll narrow it down for you that much. We would love to be talking with some of our winners from the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos, maybe some more. All right, so it looks like we are ready to fire up the next pair, which will be the final round in your CP Carrillo A field. Hey, your attention please. If your name is Greg and you're on the phone dialing a phone that somebody that you know lost, that phone is in the tower. If you go ahead and hang up, then you can stop calling the number, because the phone is in the tower. You can pick it up here. What we wound up with this weekend at Tucson Dragway was the perfect chaos forecast. Partly cloudy skies and 100% chance of thunder. Are you ready for some more thunder? Because here it comes. Over in the south, they say nothing draws like a big orange. They're talking about a school on the east side of Tennessee. But there's nothing that draws quite like a big orange AA fuel altered. And nothing draws more than a AA fuel altered except two big orange AA fuel altereds. What a final round we have on tap for you. The last run in Fuel Altered Chaos competition at the first ever event. Jimmy Kelso from Tucson, Arizona, trying to keep that first A field trophy in the state, in the city, as a matter of fact. He would love to be able to do that. He's going to be on the left-hand side, the tower side of the racetrack, as he's got lane choice, and he puts Lyle Greenberg on that right side of the racetrack. Low ET of the event belongs to the Cone Hunter. That's the car on the right side that you see over there. The strong performances have been put up through the weekend by the hometown crew, the Speed Sport AA Fuel Altered. We are ready for action as Greenberg turns on the first light. Kelso and Greenberg ready to rock. It's the last run of Fuel Altered. They are on their way down the racetrack. Whoa! At the top end, it's going to be Greenberg stopping the clock with another 3-second performance. 396 at 187.3 miles an hour. As Jimmy Kelso had to get off the throttle there near the finish line, and it was enough to let Greenberg go by. 447, 118 on the left side, coasting as he was out of the throttle. But the starting line advantage, ever so slight, went to the Speed Sport car. And Lyle Greenberg, 9.62 to the 60-foot and 2.62 to the half-track point, really pulling away, takes the win. So congratulations to your runner-up, the Speed Sport team. And the Land of Enchantment, very definitely here to celebrate. Congratulations, first ever A-Field winner in fuel-altered chaos, the Cone Hunter team of Lyle Greenberg. How about it, race fans? What a great finish. Another 3-second performance, some big speed, some great racing. Break for the Speed Sport team, but that trophy is going not too far. It's going to your next door neighbor over into New Mexico. The Cone Hunter does it again. It's hard to say don't look now, but I really would say do look now. The wicked sensation Jet Dragster is under the dark skies and ready to put on a show for you. Last night at this time of night, 293 miles an hour, 286 miles per hour a little earlier in the day. And their last run of the weekend is just about to take place. Pro and Super Pro. If you haven't made it to the staging lanes, you might want to think about heading this direction. You are going to be up next after the Jet Dragster. So race fans, I do want to know, how'd you like that final round? All those final rounds in Fuel Altered Chaos. Did you enjoy the event? Me too. Me too. All right, last run of the Jet coming your way here, right now. We are anticipating a clear top end, and it is time to go Jet Dragster exhibition racing. After the Jet goes down the racetrack, we have got more racing action coming your way with the Arizona Drag Racing Association. The pro category cars, the super pro category cars, they will be making their way towards a final round. They, too, are hoping to make sure that they get the first ever win at the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos.
Ball. Big ball. Ball. Yeah, all 3 rounds. For all 3. I don't need to write the second. But first round, second round, third. It's awesome.
Anybody else hearing Jeopardy music in your head? trying to make sure that the sensors are right so we can measure the times, not only for this jet dragster, but we've also got more racing coming up in pro and super pro categories. Once they get that all in place, it will be time to fire up the jet. Got to tell you, I appreciate the crowd here at Tucson Dragway. Folks coming from, I'm not sure how far you came from. A lot of you didn't have far to drive, but a bunch of you did. And the fact that you would trust us to bring you a great show and show up, I hope you feel like we have delivered and maybe even over-delivered. We're the kind of folks that like to under-promise and over-deliver, but it has very definitely been a great weekend. Now, if you haven't already taken advantage of the chance to get some fuel-altered chaos, nitro chaos, funny car chaos merchandise, I'm sure they would be happy to still take orders. And I know that they brought a whole lot of items there. And you can take care of your Christmas shopping this weekend here at Tucson Dragway for all the gearheads in your life. I definitely know they would appreciate some of that 2025 chaos swag. All right, there's your cue. Wicked Sensation Jet Dragster. I don't know how much bandwidth we have out here at the racetrack, but I hope it's a bunch because there's all kinds of smart devices up in the air recording the Wicked Sensation Dragster as it charges to the north in the search for 300 miles an hour. It's go time. .54, 287 miles an hour. One more outstanding run from the Wicked Sensation. Man, what a weekend it has been. We're happy that you've enjoyed it with us. Hey, on behalf of all of us from the Chaos organization, it's been our pleasure to be here with you for the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos. If you're choosing to depart right now, be careful, be safe, but also feel free to hang around. And as we always sign off from Chaos, thanks for being with us. Don't forget, be kind, be well, be smart, be awesome. We will see you next year. And I'm going to turn the mic back over to the legend himself, Al.
Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altered from across the country. Go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Bodacious Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung. Drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there!